Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Hello, friends, neighbors, universal citizens, agents of peace. We welcome you to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for September 11th, 2022. This is a roundtable program where you're all invited to open your mics and to share a little bit of knowledge or your understanding, and it will be respected and approved by all of us as we respect everyone in their position and their place. So feel free to be part of the meeting today as you share whatever understanding you think you might like to share. And again, we never know where that understanding, the sound of those words, the tone of those words will reach, whether it's on the field level or someone else listening to this. You may have the key. And that's why we collectively work when we elevate souls, and we can collectively participate in this program. So don't feel what you have to say doesn't have a lot of bearing. It does, as all the souls are equal. So we just invite you to participate and be a part of it. I don't want to feel that we're sort of just talking in a one-way direction, and many of you have participated. So we just like to see a few more. Today, we're going to stay a little bit on the lighter side. We're going to discuss the artisan's work, a little bit of the pictures Mr. Keshe had shown, what he described them as. Again, this is a scientific evaluation. There's science value in these pictures. It's just not art that has been, or paint with some GANs in it that's been just put happenstance. He said it took a lot of time and a lot of thinking to put them together, and they'll be followed, I think, for years. And then we're going to go to the little clip about the cruise ship, which Mr. Keshe said that was great seed for thought. And I think this is a beautiful approach as a floating world government. I know the one Rick had brought up had, I think, 20 decks on it. So we could be having all types of classes and artisans working there, pulling into a port, delivering mag revs, butterflies, ganses, teaching some classes there, meeting with local officials, having a vertical unit, so you could basically transport back and forth as you choose. So I think this is a beautiful option. I've never been on a cruise. Someone said earlier that the ship gets a little bit small after a while, but I think you could be able to come and go as you'd like. I think it'd be a beautiful, beautiful experience. And then we're going to go to Joel's video on the vineyard that we saw. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually stop and read each caption. So that may take a little bit longer. But as someone pointed out, the contrast of the colors and the quickness of the changing of the pictures didn't allow for a much fuller understanding. And I know Mr. Keshe said it's going to be put up in the part of the agriculture. It'll be shared very widely. But this is 3 years of work for Joel, intensive sort of work with these vineyards. And I'm very surprised. I don't know how, unless he owns one, someone was touched to actually donate a plot or several plots for different tests of this material. So that's what we'll be doing today, along with all of your interactions as much and as often as you'd like, to add something positive and something that contributes. And again, if you think you need to say it, it's a round table. Everyone has a microphone, and you're all invited to participate at the right point in time. If you have any testimonials, that would be great as well. We saw some beautiful testimonials in the Brazilian team. They have thousands of them. And again, interaction with mostly the GANs and on the soul level as well. I know I finished, well, I didn't finish rinsing my date GANs, which is, I think it's the second one that I made. I actually made a peppermint tea GANs last year, but it was mostly used for testing and for pet discouraging pests, let's say ants and small bugs and other things to be around, and it wasn't that successful. maybe 50 or 60%, but I haven't seen really any ants in the latter part of the year, so it could have taken some time. And where I keep my honey, usually I'll find an ant or two in that cupboard, but I didn't find not one ant this year. And I've also and again, I need some clarification. I did make that peppermint tea Gans using caustic method. The date Gans was using a nano-coated plate and copying it into the CO2. And I'm not sure, but the one that Jalal suggested that I add some CO2 after rinsing the peppermint Gans that I made with the caustic method, and it seemed to stay greener. And I made a couple this is my third cup of tea I'm having from it now. So this could be a permanent teacup, so to speak. And I know tea was brought up in the last workshop, as Mr. Keshe said, we'll start to know through the soul of different things what's actually happening or what it is. And the same way we work with the universal community through these thoughts and recognitions and understanding more on the soul level. And of course, the transmutation is going forward. I don't know if Dean has seen anyone transmute, but we welcome you here today, Dean. I'm sure you've seen a lot of things that you may not be able to comment on, but that is the next step that's being worked on. And of course, we have many other programs going on within the Keshe Foundation, as I said. But today, again, we're starting with the World Peace Treaty. And this is a very small one-page document that religious leaders, world leaders, others will sign with a pen. But you don't have to sign it with the pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul, and continuing to wish for peace and elevation of the soul of this planet to come into this peaceful condition. And we heard Mr. Keshe in one of there were so many questions. And again, every knowledge seekers workshop is just full of knowledge, universal knowledge, which can be applied, I think, for the most part, universally, at least within this galaxy, let's say. But yes, it's just the way the fields came together on this planet. As he said in the past, you think the creator doesn't make mistakes. It's called man. And man has this shortage because the planet is short, because the way of the fields coming together. And we're not the only ones. So there's many others in a similar or worse or better condition than we are, but has this condition of shortness, which leads us to the killing and eating of other entities to maintain our own structure. But anyway, the World Peace Treaty settles that all down. And I'd like to read it, but if anyone is here who would like to participate and read the World Peace Treaty, please open your mic. Again, with all respect. The World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We, shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, we, all agree and swear with our or my, delete as appropriate. The nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, the body, and souls. You put your name there, your signature, your date, your position on behalf of. Is it on behalf of the horizontal people? Is it on behalf of the vertical people and behalf of your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as an individual? And we're seeing this the same with the satellite system. We're you'll become part of the Linz exposition in an expanded way, where you will be standing on behalf of perhaps, or your soul will be used on behalf of people who need to be rescued out of this condition. Although Mr. Keshe did bring up another alternative, and again, with the gas units being sort of coming to the forefront, I think this 5 kilowatt system will be released very shortly. And then, of course, have this peace treaty witnessed by someone, the name, the signature, the date, the position held. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And that last part about displaying it, I think it gives obviously a reason for someone to ask you about it, but it also gives them the strength to say, I'm wishing for peace as well. I'm a peaceful person. Even though I may not be, I want to be a more peaceful person. And so this will give them the strength to possibly sign it with their soul, or even take a copy of it and them could display it in their workplace or wherever they deem to be important. So we've been starting with the World Peace Treaty. This is the key to obviously going into space. And space is a peaceful place. They create everything out of their wishes, and that's why they don't fight for things. And as Mr. Keshe said, once you get a few meters off this planet, the money is worthless. It means nothing anymore. And we're going to be finding that out more and more as we continue to progress into the understanding of this universal knowledge. Anyone have any comments? I know Alex has gotten out many of these. I've gotten out many of these. Not enough, obviously, but most people, I think, are wishing for peace, even though they may not want to be overheard saying that, depending on their position and where they are, because they'd rather avoid the conflict. But you can wish it through your soul. And collectively, the soul of awareness will bring this condition to be part of this planet in a permanent way. And we'll do that during the creating of the plasma dome. Of course, you can still sign up for the mobile experience. And again, we have a mobile experience and then we have a satellite experience, but you would just continue the application and put in for special satellite testing, perhaps something along that line. So all of these are still available. And as I said, we'll spend a little bit of time on the artwork. We also have a line of clothes, and I know maybe this is the time the foundation had invested in some sort of cotton fields that were grown with a similar way, or maybe a more advanced way than Joel did with the rings. I know Mr. Keshe said there'll be an advanced technology to be released soon, replacing the rings. But the line of clothing, which we have in the store, I don't know if I can readily pull it up here. I'm not sure what it's actually under. Do I see any pictures of the clothes? No. But the clothes is grown with Gantz fields, and just as the wine will elevate the soul, so won't the line of clothing. I think there's sort of like a sweatpant and a beautiful looking shirt that will balance the emotions and also elevate the soul of the man. And that's what all the devices, the Keshe Foundation, Mr. Keshe anyway, one of the goals, or the main goal, is for soul elevation. As he said, with the universal unit, you elevate the soul of the man, the physicality follows. And we've seen many examples. I'm sure Dean could give us quite a number of in-person examples where people said they're breathing better, other conditions have disappeared. I can't think of the one the lady had there, the problem with the painful like herpes, but it's called something else. Other people with food. So many ways this system is already touching the physicality, even though Mr. Keshe says that you're doing it yourself. It's not us. They're just creating the conditions to allow that to happen. So it's an amazing amount of knowledge. Anyone want to add anything at this point? Otherwise, we're going to go straight to the 449 workshop. And again, one of the other packages that are in here are these cups, which I'm not seeing right here, but there's a sweet cup, a pressure cup, and this is the one right here. Oh, here's the clothing line. No, that's a gel pack. Here are the cups right here. Again, more artisan work with GANs impregnated or part of the clay. All these are hand produced. These are the tall ones. We've heard reports of others who've used them. Dean, I see your mic is open. Would you like to come in here?
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
Sure.
Just to say hi to everybody. Good evening to everybody. Or morning. Is it morning there, Mark? I'm not quite sure.
Just early afternoon.
Early afternoon. Good afternoon then. So, yeah, I've obviously been present, as you know, in the arena of the flight experience, and as you spoke about earlier on, there are many souls, many beautiful souls in physicality that have gone through the system, and I see them go through their positions. When they're at the top, many of them are knowledge seekers that they come across. They've always got a very friendly aspect to themselves, and they're very joyful most of the time. And you see them on the top level, and they have, you can see sometimes they have this thoughts within inside themselves, maybe that what are they about to experience. And then when they come down into the flight experience floor, Mr. Keshe greets them and has a quick speak with them, and then leads them into the flight room. And then they have their experiences, then they have their flights and their interactions. And then when they come out, some of them come out, and you can see they've been physically moved, or on a soul level moved. But in the physical bodies, that you can see that they've been they've had a process, something's happened to them. And then some come out as if they've not experienced much. They've not experienced anything in that precise moment. And then Mr. Keshe will speak with them, ask some questions about their experience, and then gently guide them back in and reposition them in another position, or ask them to do something where he's aware of a situation that may need some rebalance or another condition to help them through into a position that may be beneficial for them on a physical level or on a soul level. I would imagine with Mr. Keshe, it'd be more on a soul level. And so they come outside afterwards, and then you start to see, I've experienced it many times, where there's almost like this expansion of, and we spoke about it many times, expanding the soul outside of the physicality. And it's even though they come back into the physicality, some of them are definitely, the souls definitely still have this distinct energy field all around them that you can sense. And some of them touch very, very deeply. And you can see that they've changed. They've met a position. They've come to a place where they've changed. They've met the soul. They've become aware of the soul aspect of themselves, and that transformation is pretty instant. And then others go in, absorb the energies, that direct connection, and then it's a gradual process. They'll come away, and I think they'll experience this over the days and months and years to come. And I know there's many people here that can that have done this. I know I see that Jacko's in here, and I know he's been through this experience. So each and every one of you who's been in there have experienced something different according to your position and your understanding, and would be able to explain it better than I. However, I have witnessed quite a few people going through this process, and so you see the beauty in it, and each and every one has a personal journey, has that, as we say, that you're the captain of your flight, and each and every one has this different aspect that is a beauty and adds to the totality for humanity in each and every moment, as we know. And so, and many nations have now entered that system. So the expansion of the soul, the consciousness of that elevation and the beauty of the languages spoken on planet Earth are being experienced by this soul of the system, and being able to be shared amongst each and every soul that finds its position, who is brought to this position by their own soul to experience it. So that's a quick few things, Mark. I've got lots of other things, but for now, I think that's enough, Mark. Is that okay?
He said the new systems can only carry humans for now. He also mentioned that we know which of you are not from this planet.
Yeah.
He said they're among us, which we know. They've taken on the clothes of a man, as Mr. Keshe has, to have an experience in the physicality. He said, but we're respecting them and we're honoring them. We're not stigmatizing them. And we respect this position of the universal community. He said, we're not only preparing this for man, this is what I was thinking all along, but we're actually opening up for the universal community to come and have what they like here as well. I don't know if you've had any of those or thought you may have, or
100%, Mark. I sense it many times. Obviously, I'm not going to say a lot. But
you
yes,
reserve the right not to answer. No problem.
Yeah, but I definitely know that. Yes, most definitely. It's funny. I will say one thing. There's an elevator from the first floor down to the ground.
I know. I took it once.
Yeah, and there you go. So when you many times that automatically comes downstairs, the lift just comes down, it suddenly operates out of no reason, and then the doors open and there's no one there in physicality. And this happens quite a lot, and it makes me laugh, and I'm very aware that
well, I know he said they may need to find another location for the vertical unit because they didn't want any interference with it as well. So that is what was mentioned too.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. The other aspect of what I've just said is why they even need the lift, but it's more of it's just the fact that it happens, and it's quite a
playing
a funny thing
with the buttons and the physicality. He said they
yeah.
would feel like royalty to be able to operate in the dimension of the physicality at one point. Many from the universal community. And that's what we're expert in.
Most definitely, Mark. Yeah, of course. And as you just pointed out, we are experts in this, and we've been doing it for quite some moment. So we can, and we all join. We're all part of the same family. We can all help each other and experience, as you say, on a soul level and in matter state, and enjoy the beauty of both dimensions.
And he said, learn from each other. They'll be bringing a lot of knowledges here. Again, every workshop, Mr. Keshe poses things that we've never really considered before. And I'm sure the universal community will operate in a similar way to show us things that we've never seen or think is magic, but really, again, it's science.
Yeah, well, that would be. I'm sure there's many incredible energies and transformations and sensing and feeling that we will we will experience with the universal community, because we're going to be dealing on if they come and be physical and they're with us in the matter state, then they're still going to have different energy and different abilities that we have yet to experience. So
Yeah.
it's going to be very interesting moments to follow, that's for sure.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Mark. I'll come back in.
Anytime, anyone.
anytime, Jeff.
Again, this
Thank
is a
you.
round table. If you'd like to add anything, Steph said we need to be patient and waiting too. Smile, Jackal says we're not alone. I was waiting for this shirt since January 2020. Yes, many of us have been waiting for things from the Keshe Foundation, but they'll be released to right on time.
Hey, Dean, could I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course. Is it? Of course.
This is Ed.
Hi, Ed.
Hello. I would like your impression on how the unit helps people who are not, I mean, some people are more attuned to their souls than others. And Mr. Keshe has referred to how some people have come in and not responded at first, but then they've come back, and going through the unit again seems to open them up more and stuff. I would like your impressions on how this unit and the technology it represents will come to deal with, you know, a broader range of humanity.
Great question, Ed. Great question. So my understanding would be, and my take on that would be that Mr. Keshe has mentioned that you come into the system and he has to poke the soul. So he has some souls and some physicalities like this interaction want to do it. And as knowledge seekers, we're all sort of led here. And I think that most of humanity will come to the position where you are brought to a position. You have to then feel or sense you want to go to the next level, the next stage. And this is a personal thing, and you never know until you actually are right there in the moment. And then you take a position. It's for many, I think, I sense that some will not even walk the path to the systems. Others, like myself, have been led to it and come to this position as knowledge seekers, as people that have been present with the knowledge for some moments, and will just take to it like a duck to water. And others will get to the gates and think, am I quite ready? And that's a position for some people, and that's where Mr. Keshe says that I have to poke the soul. And maybe it's now been mentioned that there's the physicality, the soul of the physicality, and the soul of the man. So we all have at least three entities within inside ourselves, and every single one of them has to align and become part of it for the energy flow to transmute all the way through to the actual flight actually taking position, which is on that soul level. So I think it's going to happen differently for each and every person. It may be that the magnet has already happened, where the first person that entered the system has set off an energy flow, a soul interaction, where each soul will be just gently energized and will come to a position where they will naturally take flight. And it will, as I said, naturally happen. It's like the sun when the sun shines, and the interaction when it hits another matter state or in another position, the energy flows. And so it's a natural thing. So maybe it will be this way. Who's to say, Ed? Other than that, I really can't say. Does that answer what you'd like?
Absolutely. I just wanted your impression, because I think about this stuff all the time, and as I'm sure you do. I mean, this may seem like a really off the wall question, but does the unit itself it's going, Mr. Keshe's desire that people of many different circumstances and lifestyle arrangements and language groups and stuff come into the system so that they, in a way, they program the system, you know, for all these different variables. Do, do you is the unit itself as is it learning to deal with us, or is it just strictly the people who operate it learning how to set it appropriately?
Yeah, another good question. So I would say that most definitely that the system itself is it's just expanding, and it is a consciousness that just absorbs the interactions, the energy flow it receives, and it becomes part of the system. Then the technicians and the beauty of Mr. Keshe will know how to tweak it and just to add little bits technically to enhance it and just to feed the system what it requires. But the system itself, now it's active, now it's a soul. It's spontaneous, it's instant, and it just gathers this energy, and then it becomes part of the totality. And then once a soul or a physicality comes near or becomes part of the system, it gathers this information and it's freely shared, as the universal community does. So it's freely given, and then it's up to the understanding and to the soul or the physicality to accept what is freely given back.
So
Thank you.
who says copying is bad?
Yeah.
Obviously, he's creating an encyclopedia of everyone who's gone through the system. So that means it's been duplicated or copied, or it can be replicated. And I think of the fellow who said, you know, when you're walking through the woods and you're on a path and you come to something that you don't recognize and you haven't seen it before, you don't go and pick it up, you poke it and see how it responds. So that may be what's happening there. As he said, we go back and change something in the system when they don't respond, or they could be perhaps wanting to hold on to the physicality, and then they engage the soul even tighter. If they don't want to give or open up to this new dimension, they don't go anywhere, I think it was said.
Yeah, I think Mr. Keshe has said that, Mark, many times, that when people go in and they want to control the situation, that the physicality wants to know what's going on. The physicality wants to know where I'm going. I want to know what everything. Then the blood intensifies around the brain, whatever, and as you said, entraps the soul even more. So when people then go back in the second or third time, they start to relax, and they start to then all these expectations and other thoughts and intentions they may have had that to do a very specific thing become almost not irrelevant, but they move away from it slightly in their intentions, and then they just open up. And once they open up like flower, like anything, they just open up. They walk in the system, and the system knows instantly that they're ready and they're tuned, and then the interaction it just takes place.
So Dean, are you still walking around the center, or are you levitating? Maybe.
No, I'm still very much walking at the moment, Mark.
Okay.
Very much. But there are others I see that when I see the looks and expressions on the faces, they definitely are becoming very expansive. That's for sure.
One more question, Dean, if I may.
Of course.
How do you see that last workshop where Mr. Keshe was opening us up to the idea of, communicating emotionally rather than using our senses, and as apparently this is the way the universal community does it, and this is the ideal way of communication anyway. Him leading in this way, how do you see, is it preparing us also in a way to interact with the flight unit?
Very much. So yeah, I mean, this flight unit is when you're ready for it, you'll experience many things, and there are people that are coming in that I see, I mean, I can't say too much, but they're obviously coming in for a physical interaction. And then the others you'll know that are coming in for a more deeply involved knowledge seekers who come in for a totally different experience. And it really depends on what their experience is and what they're going through in those moments, and the knowledge that they have. So it's different for each and every one of us. One thing I would say, Ed, is I think the interaction of we see with our physical eyes. However, the soul has no eyes. It senses and understands the dimensions of everything in a totally different light, in a totally different way. So colors that we see, that we interact with in and around ourselves, I think have very specific meanings when the interaction of the soul sees a color, which may be not a color that we would recognize with our eyes. However, they have significant meanings when I haven't entered the system, so I'm only speaking from my thoughts. And
Yeah, you're not allowed to enter the system, are you?
No, I'm not allowed in the system. No, I'm not allowed to. Totally not. No, I'm definitely not allowed in. No. And so I would imagine that there's certain colours represent certain aspects of being present. It's all about energy flow. So some energies, when we become, when we expand our soul, some energies will give to us, some will take from us. Some may want to totally drain us, and some may want to expand us and add to the knowledge and give us everything they possibly can on an unconditional level. So we need to experience as human beings, as souls, with the experiences we've had, that stage of it, that next bit. So it's a gradual filtering process for all of us to expand ourselves and to come to know or come to experience this new sensing of energies around ourselves, not just through the physical touch and the like the aches and pains we may have, or whatever we have, or the beauties we have, but through another sense, another the soul interaction, as you're all very aware of.
Thank you, Dean. I just thought of another question, but I won't keep plying with you with questions. Thank you so much for your input.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you for your input.
We're fortunate to have you there, Dean, to report from time to time what you can report. So, and I think you'll be probably interviewing some universal citizens in the near future, perhaps, if they agree and they're not too shy.
Yeah, I'm sure Rory probably have, Mark, but that I shouldn't have probably said that. Anyway, so yes.
Okay, so let's go to the artwork end of it. I know Diane has made some beautiful art in her representations. Perhaps we'll learn more. And this is just not art for art's sake. It's actually it has a scientific value. It's going to be followed to see different changes in the fields, your changes, and so on, almost like a looking glass, as he said, in a way. You will see. And again, this is just the first couple of releases of other work that's going to be artwork that's going to be released by the foundation. So let's hear a little bit more about this artwork. As I said, we'll stay a little bit on the lighter side, but yet fully connected to the knowledge, because its beauty expands in all directions. And you looked at, there was a question like what Mr. Keshe was saying, when we look at the sun, we see kind of a soul or the energy, but when we look at the moon, we see the matter state. And it'd be interesting for us to be able to understand why that's happening. I think that was one of the questions in this workshop. But again, each workshop is so full of universal knowledge that we're not aware of most of it, and we're just skimming a couple of parts up to this point. But we're going to know more. We'll have the time to understand more. So let's play this regarding the artwork, and there'll be, as I said, more artwork to come.
September 8th, 2022. And I think we're ready for the second part of the program here.
And anyone who feels they want to ask a question, add something, please feel free to stop or ask me to stop at any time. That way we have an interaction of the fields better, I think.
Mr. Keshe usually takes questions from our audience.
Yes, really. There's a couple of things I want to mention and to bring it in. One is that, as you remember for a long time, we tried to bring the GAN's work into different dimensions of work and of what we call materials of the Keshe Foundation, how people connect their work. They bring different knowledges and different way of their understanding into their work. Today we have two of these. One comes from the Keshe Foundation itself in how we have commissioned work, and one comes from one of our beautiful knowledge seekers in France. He's done a lot of work in the past. We heard from him in a few years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, and now has made a collection of his work in regarding the agriculture. It's beautiful to see what he's done. He was with us a few weeks ago, as he went through the enhancement with his beautiful wife. They went through the system, and they went together to see Paris, and we explained some of it to you. He has made a collection of work. His work is done away. This is a work of 2 or 3 years. It's not just normal work. And he made it available to the Keshe Foundation. It goes into the agricultural teaching. It's already put up. We wanted to show it as a whole, but it's a very long what they call teaching, and it'll be shown for teachings for other people who are interested in agriculture in a part of today's work. The other one is, as we said, we always worked into the understanding how the technology can be applied in different ways and different what we call manners, and how we will see the artists will use this technology for their what we call the artisan work. And Keshe Foundation sometimes got commissioned 2 sets of paintings to be released as part of a new generation of works by the Keshe Foundation. These works now is completed, and today you see one of them, a pair of them. There's a pair, matching pair, but with different dimension of gases. They've been put on sale on the Keshe Foundation website. So you buy 2 pictures, and if you put them in the room, dimension of the emotion, dimension of the temperature, dimension of changes in the room, we would like to know. So in a way, you buy an artwork, which becomes part of the research work too, but has a beauty. It has been made, and both pictures will be signed by me as a personal gift, whoever takes it. This is one set, and this is the other set. The parallel sets, and they've been done specifically by Keshe Foundation, for Keshe Foundation, by our knowledge seekers, people who understand our work. And this comes on the back of the same group of people who we introduce through the artisan work, the cup of life, and the cups of the pressure and cups of what we call sugar. Is those cups you buy, they're artisan works, that are mass production as is made one individual by hand by artisan. And this is the other one. There are 2 sets of painting. This one matches this one, and this one matches this one. These are in 1 meter, around 1 meter and 1.40 meter size. One of them, and one is about 90 by 120 centimeters. So are big pictures, and they've been put on the website of the Keshe Foundation. When you purchase these, you haven't bought artwork. These will be followed for years to come. And as I said, when you buy them, put them across each other in a room, in a space. Stand in it and see how it feels, what it brings you. One is loaded 2 to 1. These are, in a way, scientific work that one transmutes feeling of whatever from one pain to another, and see what changes you see on another wall. And you see over time, take pictures of it, and then see in 6 months' time, in a year time, how the colors have changed. How was your mood? How you feel? How it brought you joy. We put these sets of work at 3,000 euro a set. It's taken a lot of work. It's taken a lot of ganses, combinations of the thing, and a lot of thinking to go behind it to be done. They're both for sale on the Keshe Foundation website now. And we will introduce work like this from now on, the way very softly we introduce the cup of sugar and cup of pressure. And many of you have bought so many of them. These paintings are individual artwork. These are artisans. And will be promoted through the Keshe Foundation for scientific and evaluation of it. We know a lot of artists try to do this, and they do this because, and there's hardly, they just do it because they want to make sense. This is done the way we want it, and it's done by our people, what they put in it and how they put in it. And we want to see actually what happens in this environment. The changes in the color of this painting for me is important. What happens in 6 months' time? Do you buy a red and a blue, and you end up soon with a green and red? It's a live interaction. These are live pictures. These are what will come that shows your emotion as you pass between the two. Would you be able to see the changes when you sit and you feel happy and the color of the painting changes? And when you're sad, the color of painting changes. You come home, you look at the pictures, oh, she's angry today with me. You come in home and you look at the pictures, oh, she's going to love me today. We are looking for a new dimension of understanding. And it's only 2 sets of these available. And we would like, when you buy it, you enter in a way, it's artwork. All pictures will be signed by me because it comes from the Keshe Foundation. And we want to know the history of these paintings. They'll be valued in hundreds of thousands in a short time, if you're in the investments of pictures. And gain because of its value as a scientific value. That's what we are after. If you remember when we introduced the glasses to you for test, the understanding of the work with the people who fed us back with some information gave us a very clear understanding of the enhancement units, travel units, and everything else, which now you see you're taking part in. So these pictures, these kind of work for us has a value. It's not just that we put something, because it's going to bring something forward. The other thing which we try to show it today, but there was.
Okay, so we have where science meets the soul of the man. And now we'll have where science meets the art of the man, where science meets the clothes of the man, where science meets the food of the man, and so on and so forth. So I think every area where science meets the transportation of the man, where science meets the energy of the man. So everything will be affected by this interaction of the universal knowledge, the universal science. Anyone want to make any comments? I thought Diane may find, maybe we can hear her thoughts, but Gail, you have your microphone open, and I think you were ready to go. Go right ahead.
This is just a short thing. I'm looking at this painting, and for me, I still have to do my floor and my ceiling. And I'm also thinking, what happens if you create your GANs in such a way that as you pass by, you've got a beautiful picture, but it gives you the water that you need in your body, you know, through the fields. It
Sure.
just a thought. I think it would be so beautiful. So a lot of thought has to go into it. So yeah, I'm very, very happy to see this.
And of course, the GANs for paints are available in the to add to paints, I believe, in the shop, as well as Mr. Keshe talked about contracting with a large painting or paint producing company where
Yeah.
it's in the works now. So again, this is science touching all of us in all
Everything.
kinds of ways. That
it's
we'll see
beautiful.
this.
And it makes you happy when you have something like this. You don't have to have an ugly box sitting somewhere. You can use this beauty. That would be very exciting.
Yes,
you.
and if we have the cruise ship, we'll be able to take these. I know they were offering those extended classes on Saturday for people to
Yeah.
come in for 8 hours. So if you have a vertical unit at your capital, or once you learn to do it, you wouldn't need the vertical unit, you could then appear on the cruise ship, take a few classes, perhaps disembark in a port somewhere, come back home. The possibilities are totally endless with
Mhm.
something like that. And Mr. Keshe again said, this is a seed for thought. We're going to play that part next. Well, not next. We're
Thank
going to just continue on a little bit farther here because he said we're going to continue the direct intervention of the Keshe Foundation backing the governments in this time in Europe and probably elsewhere. Anyone else want to add something?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Gail. Dean?
Yeah, thank you, Gail. Mark, yeah, just quickly, it was funny how I saw these paintings physically, and they were downstairs and they went upstairs to be put for display. And they are very big paintings. And it's funny how two of the paintings that were viewed here, put on screen, were different to the way they were displayed. They were displayed by someone upstairs where they were the two circular ones with the spiral of, you know, the plasma looking, the planets and the sun. They were put together, and these two that were the different colors of the more multicolored complete spectrum of paints were displayed together as well. And they were put either side with a space gap, and then people were walking through or standing between them and experiencing the fields. And I know these paintings have a lot of Ganses, one not so many, and one obviously to create the flow
He
more.
said 2 to 1. They were
2 to
loaded
1,
2
yeah.
to 1, yeah.
And they also had amino acids. So I know that there's a big direct connection between them. And one set of paintings had a lot more Ganses within its structure than the other one. So there's different field flow. The other point I'd like to make is there was a knowledge seeker that went through the system downstairs, the flight system, and they came back upstairs, and these paintings were there, and I was having just a chat with them, just a general chat about, you know, being a knowledge seeker and things like that, nothing specific other than that. And I said, we'll just go between the two paintings and just breathe and be balanced and see how you feel. And I said, and then connect your thoughts with the system downstairs. And they stood there for, I don't know, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and then suddenly came out of it very quickly. We were all woo, and it was like they were back there, and it's like wow, they weren't expecting it, and they didn't they weren't expecting it. So I know that there's a definite connection still. Obviously, they're connected to the system, However, those paintings had a big field of influence around them as well. This person felt straight away.
So
So that's
Dean,
just something I like to add.
does the spiral with one go with the straighter lines with the other one, or do the two spirals go together and the two ones that look like rays? Or
I don't know, Mark. I'm only
Okay.
speculating by the way that they were displayed. I don't actually know for sure. However, I do know the two spirals were put together and the two other ones were put together. This one you have on the screen now were put together. So whether that's correct or whether it's the way that it came out and Mr. Keshe explained it, I really don't know.
Well, we see a lot of these spirals, obviously, in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, but also in the caves of Malta, where the Keshe Foundation was proposed to have a headquarter at one time. It may still happen, but you'll see a lot of the art. And I was just wondering, I wonder if they actually painted them and they knew something more and had some experience. When you look at this one, it almost looks like it's expanding and contracting. That could be some sort of optical illusion, but I was just sort of seeing it. He said they are live interactions going on with this artwork.
Funny, Mark, the years and years ago, I went to Malta and an island that's just off the side of Malta called Gozo, and I stayed on Gozo. And I went to these, they have these very, it's hard to describe. It's like a cave structure, but an opened up circular amount of rocks that are like lava rocks, and they have lots of holes in them and things, and they're very large. And I sensed the energies around them, and I knew they were specific for some reason. And I always remember Mr. Keshe saying that maybe Malta had played a very significant part in past times. So it's strange how you suddenly mentioned that's a typical soul interaction thing again,
Sure.
where we're
Sure.
all led to these certain places and everything. So yeah, that's interesting, Mark. Thank you.
Anyone else have a comment? Diane, would you like to say anything about the artwork? I know you've shared some of your work with us, and perhaps this is will be an enhancement for your work as well. Once we learn it, he said this is just not throwing some GANs. They were very well thought out, he said, and obviously the proportions are important as well. But I think he's stressing artwork here.
Well, hi, Mark. Well, I know color is important. Like when I work with it, I work by the feeling of the color, because I'm not a trained artist. I'm not, like, I didn't go to school or anything.
That's
so
good. We're glad.
well, it's what it is. So I don't know, like it looks like abstract, but I do know what came up to me was the Lucier color test. My dad was a big book guy, and this is from 1971, the Lucier color test. And there's 2, 4, 6, 8 colors, and it says the remarkable test that reveals your personality through color. So color is definitely attached to our emotions, but I don't know what they did with GANs, and I guess it reacts because it's a dynamic.
And it actually changes colors, he said.
Yeah, it's dynamic. So I don't know. Awesome.
Well,
Thank
we'll
you.
see you on the cruise ship. Perhaps you'll end up teaching one of the art classes, perhaps by using the GANs and so on. Sure.
I don't know, but I'll share what I know.
I know. Yes, definitely. Thank you. And I know a lot of the restaurants, like McDonald's and other things, they use the reds and the yellows and the oranges to sort of stimulate the appetite. So these colors, just as you said, what kind of test was that again?
It's I think I'm saying it right. Lucier, L-U with 2 dots above the U, SCHER color test. I think it's German, because it's English, but in the back there's like a bunch of German names. So it was 1971, but the Lucier color test. But here it is, beautiful. Translated and edited by Ian Scott, based on the original German text by Dr. Max Lucier.
Well, thank you for sharing that. That gives some more But again, we're just learning about these interactions with the Ganses and where they go and how to paint them and so on. But perhaps these painting companies will also give us some sort of instructions with them how you don't have to paint the entire wall, you can paint a portion of it. And again, I've never done any of that, but it's beautiful work. The paintings look dynamic to begin with, especially the spiral part. So I think it's a great attribute for the Keshe Foundation to be in the artisan world. And again, there's a whole world of artisans on this planet that perhaps it'll catch some of their interest.
Yeah, like Mr. Keshe says, like everything he's doing, it's to elevate our soul.
Yeah.
Everything. And I was thinking about like the GANs and everything, it opens up the structure. So he's opening us up, getting everything out, opening us up. That's just my understanding. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, he said you could look at the picture when you come home and see if your wife is angry with you or she's ready to love you. So depending on the fields that were created. So very interesting. Let's continue on. As he said, they're going to continue the direct intervention, the Keshe Foundation as backing the governments during this crisis. And I think he goes into it a bit here. So let's just carry on with this.
We decided in a way to go in a very rapid way to the next level because we see problems in Western Europe. We saw the government of England is planning on 130 billion financial aid package for families to support with fuel and maybe other expenses which come. We have seen the Austrian government yesterday has passed a 2-3 billion package to come in December, when actually you still have to get yourself through to that time. They give some 500 euro per family to support with the increased rising food and other things. But the crisis will be much deeper than this. Keshe Foundation has decided to go for a direct intervention of the Keshe plasma, what we call gas and electricity unit. And this plasmatic unit is going under the evaluation and development in the next few days as we shortcut a lot of things through it. And once completed, it will be shown publicly in the next few days. The 5 kilowatt uses the gas to create electricity in a gas generator. The new system uses understanding of the technology of the plasma to create its own gas and its own energy. And with it, will introduce the interaction of the fields of the food and everything else. Once we show this is one of freestanding unit, once our team managed to complete it, we will show it, and then it will be rapidly available to all the governments around the world. We have to come to an agreement on an open pattern basis, and what will come back, which means the Western Europe does not need to go through what we call the recession which they're expecting. Then we have to see how we will come to an agreement with governments to disperse with this knowledge so rapidly, and Keshe Foundation to become as a government backing governments in running governments. In a way, we provide the technology and the knowledge to create the backing to the nations to start the beginning of the process of one nation, one planet, one race. To replace the United Nations as one nation, as the nation is already united in knowledge and technology. As I said earlier on, we have set up and we are ready to, in a way, introduce, and with it, the acceptance of the one nation policy, where the new knowledge with energy, the food and transmutation bring a new dimension. And we decide, as knowledge seekers of one nation, how our language nations will operate. And we start the establishment of one nation policy through introduction of the technology available to every man at the point of need. They give you 500 euro to be happy for a while. We give you the whole knowledge of the system and technology to happy for a lifetime. That you do not need to depend on the Saudis and the rest and the danger of nuclear attack by one or the other, because the change has come and we bring forth the enforcement of the knowledge. Introduction of the new technology will bring the introduction of the new one nation policy, and US citizens decide with it. Now, as I said, we open the pattern on the other side, which you read it but never understood it. Now you read it and you understand it, and the cycle will start. Next week is not just the beginning of the introduction of transmutation, but we'll bring the other parts, because the same energy supply will be used in our systems for transmutation. Plasma technology with energy power. Let's see what we can do and how we set up 20 years ago to bring the basis of one nation policy into operation to its need at this moment of time. Are there any questions?
And that's what I've always thought as well, that these language communities that are in Germany and Brazil and Mexico and the United States, the Keshe Foundation, will naturally unite together into the one nation, one planet, one race for world peace. Because it's not that I'm going to really adopt your customs or you're not going to adopt my customs. We're both making CO2. We're both making CuO. We're both making ZNO. We understand more about the soul. So this is just going to be a natural progression along with the governments as well. But I see the knowledge seekers and the different language communities coming together as just one nation, one planet, one race for world peace. And then we decide how the technology is sort of implemented, I suppose. I don't have any of the details, of course, but that's what I've seen. It's not, I'm going to, again, it's a science, an ethos, and a language being introduced. And we're all getting more familiar with it. So it'll just be a natural, not to see anyone really as any different. Anyone else? And again, he said this has been laid out for over 20 years. And we're seeing the fruition of it, or the beginning of the fruition of it. We'll continue on here for another few minutes, and then we'll go to Joel's video. Alex, I hope you have a little more patience. Everything is okay there in the background. But where Mr. Keshe talks about you being born with this understanding of the soul and of the transmutation and the creation in your mother's womb, you actually had it. But apparently when you hit the physicality, it sort of left you. And a lot has to do, of course, with the environment that people are raised in the home as well. Of course, we all know the child can hear the parents, or through the soul can hear the energies or sense the energies of what's going on. And this leads to a whole lifelong of different problems that were created. And so that's what he said. The one child policy is, I don't know if it's in this part or not, but further on where you'll hear that one child policy, one child is more than enough for you to bring to perfection. And it would take all of your combined energies to love and nurture this child to bring it into a perfect condition. And so that one policy, he said one child is more than enough for a couple to work with and work on. So let's continue for 5 more minutes here.
Okay, yes, of course, there's always questions. Let's see here. Let's start off perhaps with a question from you in live stream, who says, what does the soul of the man look like in the eyes of the universal community? Mr. Keshe said, they don't see the shape of the body. We are seen as spots of light.
How do you see the sun? And how do you see the Mars? And how do you see the other stars? How come the sun is a light to you? And how come the planets have a matter state to you? Have you ever thought that? Why, when you look on one side, you see the sun as a light, and when you look on the other side, you see the moon as a matter state? Then you find the answer to your question. Conditions of the field balance, field condition, dictates the understanding and observation and emotion. And in a way, if you understand it in an easier way, the tea is a matter state liquid till it touches the lips and the mouth and it becomes emotion. And then still has the dimension of physicality, as we like to feel it, as we consume it. It's the same condition. If I decide what to feel, you can't feel. A lot of people say to me, why you see everything and you let all these things happen? Because it has to happen. It has a reason, it has a cycle. I sat in China between a couple in the hotel, in a meeting. And it was a very, very strange meeting. And this meeting took place 2 or 3 times.
Okay, sorry, I was supposed to already have stopped it and moved to a different point, but that's a very good question. How come we see the sun as light, but the moon as a matter state? Okay, we're going to move up here about this cruise ship, which I'm a little intrigued with. I've never been on a cruise, but many people have. And I think it's an ideal situation for the Keshe Foundation. Perhaps, maybe it's just, again, seed for thought. Or, as he indicated, the government's spending $1 billion a day just on war making. At least the American government easily could donate the ship to the Keshe Foundation, completed.
And how will it be done?
Okay, and she has a further question. Does Mr. Keshe know if you have the right soul for this? Or can it be that he said, no, you're not right for that?
I have no right to decide. Your soul decides. It's a beautiful thing. I just received something for our, what I call, a lot of you who work with Keshe Foundation people, we have a what I call news broadcast room. One of our knowledge seekers fills up all with the latest news all the time. There's not a day you don't get something from her, a few or 10 or 20 things. She just sent something which inspires her, and maybe that's the reason she sent it. It says the world's biggest cruise ship is said to be sold for a scrap before first voyage, as owners go bankrupt. 1.6 billion vessel with things with 20 deck. Very, very interesting. It triggers something very interesting for us. Could we acquire a ship like this to become the center of the world government? A ship with everything, an independent nation that we can float to any nation. It's a very intriguing thought. would we be able to spend that kind of money? Would it be given for such a purpose? Or is better to be metal than the purpose? But it's a very nice thing. It's a seed for thought.
What if you could make it fly?
never
I saw
know.
that.
Anyone ready to book on the Keshe cruise line?
That article, I couldn't believe it, that they'd have such a large ship and they were brand new and they were going to totally tear it down and to scrap.
Yeah.
Well, they're threatening to do that if they don't get a buyer.
I don't think anybody will go and do that.
It needs it needs some refitting to finish it off, like about $300 million.
And you think it'd be powered by this heavy diesel, which is so polluting? This would be a premier vessel, showing the technology and the movement in the matter state as well. As I said in an earlier session today, I was just having a vision of the ship coming into port and being followed by all kinds of fish and dolphins and whales and all kinds of different things. Because as we release the GANs into the ocean, the fish are just being fed through the energy of the fields. And so they're just sort of tagging along in a way with the ship. But they're all being fed without having to eat another fish. It was just something that I saw as the ship came into port somewhere.
Worth, apparently.
Yeah, 1.6 billion.
Mhm.
This is what is it? The American government spends in a day or so for military applications.
It's like buying a country for that much. You like you say, you can move your country or your world organization.
It becomes a very good headquarters.
Mhm.
Do you have such a change in your pocket, Mr. Crumb?
He asked Rick if he has
Well,
a change in his
1.6 billion.
pocket.
maybe some of my relatives do, but certainly not me. No relatives that I know.
Oh, we have to ask Mr. Bill Crammond. He died. We could ask for local Crammond family.
Yeah.
And I think the Bill Crammond family used to manage some of the funds for the Queen. Jacko has already voted for being a captain on the bridge. Very nice.
Maybe I've got an inheritance there somewhere that I don't know about. Billions of dollars that has been hoarded
all the
hoarded
Queen's
all
wealth.
these
Huh?
years. Exactly. Well, some people are actually going for that kind of thing. They're trying to get back the money they paid in interest over their mortgage for 50 years and saying that the banks took that money and reinvested it. So they should get the interest and capital from all that instead of the banks. So we'll see how successful they are at that.
Okay, now this question that comes up, very important. Again, this is where Mr. Keshe says you don't have to reach for this understanding. You already have it. And let's hear a little bit of his explanation. Anyone want to add anything here?
Mark, sorry, it's Dean again. If I can just quickly, just a thought that's come to me was, if this ship is in the waters of the planet and it's not on the landmass, does that mean that, as Mr. Keshe said, with all the different world governments or a world government being upon it, that it would be very beneficial because no one would have a claim to where it goes. It doesn't even have to actually dock, just stay afloat outside, and then it never interferes with anybody's landmass as such. So it could operate and be very beneficial in many ways.
I think it's a beautiful opportunity for knowledge seekers to gather. Others who were in doubt could come on board and see what's going. I mean, it would be a beautiful, and you don't even have to, you can use the vertical unit to come back and forth to the ship if you'd like, for meetings or for classes. Anyway,
Yes,
like,
Not to paint a bad picture or conjure up a bad reality by saying this, but I don't know if you know the story. There were people in Italy in the, I don't know, 60s, 70s, 80s. They realized that if you just go away from Italy so and so many kilometers out into the ocean, you can create your independent state because you are in international waters, right? So they did. And they built a platform there. And in the end, the Italian military,
right.
urged by the Vatican, blew up the whole thing.
Yeah, well, this would be
Like, that's the other
obviously,
side of the coin. Just
yeah,
saying, because
well,
you're
again,
in
man,
lawless territory, so any military can act like
yeah,
pirates there.
yeah, but this would be protected as a craft would be, with shielding and everything else from any large waves, or as you've heard, when missiles were fired from Saudi Arabia to Iran, they ended up back in Saudi Arabia. It's called return
Of
to
course, I would
sender.
expect Mr. Keshe to, if the Keshe Foundation would actually do that, then we would have a certain level of protection. But just saying, it's not that easy as you may think, because of
It's
this reason.
easier.
Like,
It's
international waters
easier.
works both ways. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. We'll bring our life preservers. Okay, so let's continue on. This is where he comes to the part of, you have all these abilities. You're born with these abilities. You don't have to search for it and reach for it, although we are given a helping hand with these systems, but we're all capable of what's going on in Linz. And as Mr. Keshe said, the journey really starts when you leave the center, not when so much you come into the center.
What is interesting is that, just if you think about what we hear in the news, where is this new Prime Minister of England going to find 130 billion to support the present economical situation with energy and food? We have to understand, what is the population of England? 75 million. If you give 10 euro to each, it's 750. If you give 100, it'll be 7.5. And if you multiply it by 20, which is 2,000 euro per family budget, is about 130 person. I mean, not family, that's 130 billion. But where is this money is going to come from? That the government can guarantee to pay to his nation for 70 million people to take some pressure off the fuel crisis off for the next 18 months. Then you understand how much governments have stashed away, what they're planning to do with what they haven't stashed away, they're trying to take from you. This is part of what we, how much do we pay when we go on the moon if we see the others? Has it got any value, what we call value of money? Few meters above Earth, everything we fight for has no value. You could be there, or your soul is there, there's no value to it. Absolutely no value to it. And what are we fighting for? Any other question?
Okay, we've got several questions in the Q&A here. From Cristiano, one from Alexandra. About this teaching, what put me to think the most is when Mr. Keshe says, with the emotion of the soul, you transmute to any position in the universe. I wonder what this emotion of the soul is, what it is like, in which condition we will reach it. What do we really need to achieve this condition and elevation? Mr. Keshe, your microphone's closed. So.
Yeah, I understand. What about if you say, or if you understand that you already have it, you denied it. You don't need to reach it. It's already part of you. It's already in you. It's already born with you, and you are because of it. And that's all it is. That's all it needs to be, and that's all it needs. It has to be. That's all you need to understand.
Is it our attachment to the physicality that prevents us from feeling that emotion normally?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you say that this emotion of the soul is present, but we don't recognize it, or we don't pay attention to it, perhaps because our attention's busy with our attachments of the physicality. And I'm thinking that this that we have periodic times through the day that this emotion is available if we don't allow our physicality to just kind of smear everything through as part of the general hubbub of life.
We prioritize. We give priority to our physical dimension, then to our soul dimension. And we done that from the point of birth. Which one has a priority and which one can do? If we are taught from the establishment of the fetus that there is an option to live both, how would it be? It's very interesting point that we are aware of it from when we are in the womb of the mother, but we are not aware of it when it comes to physicality. Children hear the parents when they're in the womb of the mother, but the soul feels the soul of the parents. And in extreme cases, we see birth with psychosomatic damages prior or immediately after the birth, which means the soul has gone already through the phase of pain, whatever, and it has already gone through psychosomatic changes. Children with skin disorder, children with digestion disorder, children with a breathing disorder at the point of birth. What I always say, you look at the end product go back and look to the before end product, what caused it, how much battle has been between the husband and wife, how much battle has been between the environment of the mother in different shape or forms, not necessarily shouting and howling, emotional and the rest of it. You find out, you can sort it out straight away if you're in the right position, not by creams or whatever, by elevating the soul of the child, the infant. If a child is created damaged of soul, you will not see so much illness or whatever, because it fits itself. It does itself what it is. A child which is born in a house of love and care, and true love, true care, by both parents in all levels, we see a different character. We see a different physical life, which is a lot of love, but a lot of forces. Who is the boss in the house and everything else, not necessarily shouting. You see the child is always sick, right through the life. Because you touch the soul, she feels it doesn't need to be there physically. And the physicality manifests itself after that. 90% of the children illnesses in the first years of life all preset in the house in respect to the mother and father and how they're brought up, how they talk, and if it's true love and true understanding. And parents don't understand this. A life which is full of adultery and everything else and is supposed to be perfect gives that kind of conditions of it. The adultery doesn't mean sexually, it means by thoughts, by, oh, he likes this, I do something else, I do something because he doesn't like it, I like to do it, and the rest of it. You see, it's very intriguing for people who understand process of birth. You see from very beautiful parents, very beautiful children come. What's the reason for it? Genes. But you see from some beautiful parents come some of the most not desirable children. When a man is happy with a beautiful woman, or a woman is happy with a beautiful, handsome man with him, and are proud of being there, that happiness, that joy creates that happiness within the fetus. And it comes the same, it's a combination of the two. Doesn't mean that other people can't do it, but the same when you see the bride and such, it could be any color, any race, doesn't need to be very handsome, pretty children. Handsome prettiness, beautifulness out of the conduct, out of the physical behavior, physical life, not the beauty of the face. Beauty is the skin deep. And this is what mankind has to understand. We learn a lot with the new understanding of the cycle of life. People more and more understand. And then you understand, I always said that, but it's not a cruel way, but if you understand it fully, the true essence of one life child policy of China, if you understood in the level of the soul, to keep that one life, one soul to the point of its maturity to perfection, is more than enough to have one child. Is more than enough. It's like an army to look after the perfection for that single child. One day man will understand. You don't have time for more. But nowadays we get them the best clothes, the best, but we don't nourish their soul. That the best will come from its existence. It's very, very, very interesting how man will change them. Any other question?
So now we see we're learning a little bit more of raising a child. Even the soul of the child hears the soul of the parents within the womb. So we've already been able to do this and then interprets it, I guess, through the physicality, and then it's manifest with conditions that aren't good, always being sick, at least. So it's the nurturing of the infant, the nurturing of the soul. And as he said, that one child China policy, that's more than enough for a family. I know sometimes I've even heard where mothers can't even remember the name of their children. They've had so many, and this was a rare case, but I think that family had 19 or 22 children, something like that. And it was just quite a catastrophe, let's say. I met one of the children who became a mason, a stone builder, and he had explained what it was like, and it wasn't great with all those children and just one or perhaps sometimes two parents there. And I think he goes on to say about praying for the children 20 years before you have it. But even that's the job of the grandparents, because as he indicated, at some point in time, people were getting married at 10 or 11 years old. So we have quite a bit to learn about this whole understanding of rearing children and creating the perfect soul. And I think that'll happen when we go to this dimension of the interaction of the soul, where the soul is actually manifest first and then the physicality follows, and probably not through the birth canal as we normally see it. This is what's coming in the near future to create these perfect children who will be teaching us, as I understand it, their level of understanding, which we all have. So you don't have to reach for it. We just have to find it. Which pocket is it in? But it's within all of us to be able to do all of these things, because we're made in the image of the Creator, as I see it. I wanted to start Joel's video, which we will do, and we're going to go through that. Alex, I don't know how you're standing there in the background or sitting in the background at this point. I also wanted to bring up that at 9 p.m. every day, Myrnes has started a gathering of the souls. We're not formally meeting on a Zoom room or in a Telegram or on YouTube or anything like that. It's just, if you remember to meet together at 9 p.m. CEST. And I thought a couple times I've done it, I was busy and I forgot one day, and then another day I didn't do it. Again, forgot about it, but maybe my soul remembered. But I thought it was a very, very nice when you have the time just to relax and gather together with other souls on this planet. And if we go to this soul elevation about spreading the fields of the soul, and we know the different reasons that Mr. Keshe has indicated, the world leaders, the religious leaders, the negotiations going on in Vienna, and so many other different interactions. But you can take 10 or 15 minutes if you have a time. And I found it very nice just to find a quiet time in an easy chair if you're in that position, and just connect with the other souls. No formal Zoom meeting, no sort of feedback, just experiencing what it's like. So when we get to the top of the hour, I think we will, or perhaps we can do it a few minutes earlier today. Myrnes is here, I believe, or she was here. Would you like to share your project with everyone, Myrnes? If you can hear me, if you're available.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. Thank you for mentioning it. Exactly in 12 minutes, I'm getting ready to start. And honestly, I feel good. One day I was there 30 minutes. I think it's a little hard. But I think 15 minutes is okay, but anybody can do it. I think it's good for our soul also. It's an exercise that kind of we get acquainted with our souls. We get to know that we can travel with our souls, we can direct our souls, and as anything which is good for everybody. And so we do it, or we can start to try how about it.
Yes, I was thinking it is practice for our souls, as the Vienna is. Mr. Keshe said, and no one fails this test. And I was thinking, well, you're taking the 9 p.m. CEST, and then someone else, we could break it down into 2 hours where, let's say I wasn't available at 9, but I know at 10, Jacko is one of the people doing it. And then 11 is someone else. And so we'd have all the hours of the day covered with 24 individuals, let's say. And of course, we still are looking to the Brazil team. They've been very consistent and doing the daily intentions as well as the weekly on Wednesday, I think it is, for the elevation of the souls in Vienna. And then if we broke it down into minutes, there's, I think, 1,440 minutes in a day. And that way, any of the time of the day where you were thinking, you would know another soul is taking that responsibility to bring that elevation to the planet and to humanity. As he says, choose a time when all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water. Don't spread the water of the GANs, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we'll make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once weekly, do it all the time. So if we had 1,440 people, well, we can go from an hourly to 24 hours. We'd need 24 people to take, someone would take that responsibility. And I think that would be an expansion of it. And that way, you know, whatever time, whether you wanted to be there. And again, you don't need other knowledge seekers to do it. It only takes one. But he said, collectively come together on a soul level in a state of inner calmness. So you would know that every minute of every day, someone has taken that position to sort of put themselves and serve the different nations, the people, the negotiators, the presidents, the religious leaders, to elevate their soul. So I was thanking you, Mernez, again, and I've joined and I'll continue to join in this project.
It's me who thank you, in fact. It's me who thank you. That's an opportunity. That's an honor to do a little bit. I'm not sure, but I think it's a little bit. I mean, kind of you're exercising our soul, because in future, probably we might use our soul more.
Definitely. There's no question about it. We even heard that in one of the teachings Jalal has brought from, I think it was November 4th, and about the interaction of the Ganses. And then Mr. Keshe sort of said passingly, in the future time, you'll be doing this with your soul, with your emotions, maybe he said at that point in time. So this is what we're learning, what we've forgotten. So we all have the capabilities, and we just have to start to practice and exercise it. Anyone have any thoughts or comments on that before we hit the 9 p.m. CEST? And we'll take 5 minutes, and if Mernez wants to rejoin us, but we'll take 5 minutes now, all of us together in this collective awareness of elevating the souls on this planet.
Yeah, it's okay for me.
Okay, so why don't, even though it's a few minutes early, and I'd rather not start Joel's video before we practice right now. And again, no one fails this test. That's the beauty of it. Because we all, as we see in the painting, have different fields. And collectively, we create this beautiful bouquet of fields. And certain people need certain fields that you have, and certain people need other fields, say Alex has. And so by joining collectively, I think we help to start to complete the process. And this is the way the universal community, the universal council, universal community is already working this way. This is the way the universal council will start to work in the future, now and in the future. And I just had a dove land on my windowsill. How nice. And he looked at me and then he walked to the left. A dove of peace. Of course, Rick said Mr. Keshe doesn't like that symbol, but anyway, that's what just happened. And now he flew away. So let's take 5 minutes for the creation of the peace stone, the elevation of the souls, the elevation of humanity, and so on and so forth, and all the things of the Keshe technology being brought forward. And for the world governments not to resist the technology any longer. It seems quite futile. And again, once this technology starts to be released, we'll see more and more the errors of our ways. As he said, once you get a few meters off this planet, the money, the wealth, all of it becomes worthless. There it is. I couldn't quite find it there. So let's take 5 minutes, practice using our souls, coming together. Just a reminder, every day at 9 p.m. CEST, Mernez will be part of this. She's instigated it, let's say, or started it. And of course, the Brazilian team is doing daily intentions, which you can join. I think that's at 2 a.m. CEST. That would be about 8 p.m. for me. But you can join them as well on Wednesdays or daily and practice using your soul. And as we heard, this is the way Mr. Keshe works 90% of the time on the soul level. So let's take 5 minutes and collectively, in a state of inner calmness, work to elevate the others, humanity, the soul of the planet, the universal community as well. Thank you all for participating in this greatest movement of the soul of the man. And if it feels a little strange to you or sort of a religion or churchy type, it's only because we've prioritized the physicality so much and de-emphasized the work of the soul. And now we're coming around, hopefully full circle, to where we start to prioritize the soul more than the physicality. And of course, the physicality follows. The physicality always follows the energy of the soul. But thank you again for participating and exercising. And the beauty of it is no one fails the test or this type of work, because as we see with the painting, it's a bouquet of fields. It's an interaction of fields, and we all carry different strengths and different fields in a way, in so many ways. I think rather than go to Joel, we probably should go to Alex at this point, and maybe we'll save Joel's video for next week. There's also the testimonial meeting coming up at 8 p.m. CEST, which is the second Monday of every month, and Rick conducts that. So we invite you all to bring any testimonies, or if you have any testimonies you'd like to share here. As I said, I've been playing a little bit with the food GANs. Not sure if I'm doing everything correctly, but just gathering what I think I understand and trying to put something together, which may prove to be useful in the near future.
Which video is Joel's video?
If you go to 301 of the 449 Knowledge Seekers Workshop, I was going to ask Joel to come here. Or Alex, how do you feel about us continuing with
Is
Joel?
it about the vineyards in France?
Yes, it is.
Oh, that's so beautiful. I mean, I saw it live, but if the people who are present here today haven't seen it yet, then I mean, you can see the changes so beautiful there, the comparison between the two fields or the two vineyards and so on. I would love to see it again, actually.
Go ahead, Mark.
I'm going to leave it up to you, Alex, to make the decision. Where would you like to go at this point? We did carry on a little long.
Oh,
Yeah, it's about 20 minutes. It's about 20 minutes, the video, but it's really beautiful to see what you can do with the ganses in agriculture.
Alex?
Yes, go ahead, Mark.
Okay, now what I had planned to do, because of the subtitles in English, flip by many of the screens too fast, I'm going to stop it for conversation or adding to the knowledge if any of you'd like to, if that's okay. Because I couldn't even read them. I mean, not that I'm the
Yeah, the color choices are also not perfect.
Yep. Okay, no problem. And yes,
Mark, is there any way that you can slow it down just a little bit while it's playing?
I'd rather not. I think 18 minutes is, but there probably is a way to slow it down, but then it would slow down the whole thing. So what we'll do is we'll try to stop it at the end of each one and just read. I'll read what is being, what was subtitled there, and we'll see if we can get through it. But again, this is another beautiful work. I said what Mr. Keshe said in the reactor group, that a lot of knowledge seekers haven't shown a lot, but there are a few, like we see in these art drawings. We see in the South China Sea, we see in Nigeria, we see in Brazil, and we see with these vineyards in France. This was a 3-year project. This wasn't something that he just put 2 plates together and made something in a few days. So that's why we want to honor his work and share his work. And again, in the middle of a drought, and it seems like they had not the ideal conditions for the growing of the grapes, but they came out rather beautifully. And the harvest was at least 1.5 times. And of course, you can see some of the fields that weren't treated with the ones that were treated with the GANS rings. And Mr. Keshe said they'll be releasing a new technology where you don't have to use the rings anymore. I don't know if he elaborated on that, but it'll just be some sort of field interaction. So we'll go ahead with this. Feel free to stop it at any time, make a comment. We'll try to stop after every one that's not clear. I may skip a few that are easily read.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Joel. Thank you
This
very
is
much for your
Joel.
hard work over years.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
First, I just want to thank Yvonne, Mark, and Rick to send to you this video. And thank you, Mr. Keshe, for bringing us the technology and encouraging me to shoot this video. So we have done it last year from March to.
Could you give us a background, who you are, what you do, where you are, please?
Oh yes, I am a knowledge seeker living in France, in southwest of France, near Bordeaux, and I am studying with you during 4 years, and I try to help many farmers in agriculture, and I spend the technology in France from east to west, and we are going from Bretagne to Marseille every month to spread this technology. So near our town, we have many vineyards, and last year we decided with you, it's you who have give the idea of this video, and we have shoot it from March to September. And during all this period, we have shooted every 50 days with drone and camera to show you how the ganses were able to protect and facilitate to the growing of the grapes.
And this is
Sorry for my English.
Wine country in France.
Do you understand me?
I think your
Yes,
English is
we're
pretty
talking
good.
about time. So carry on, explain to us what we would see in this video, please.
During we have started 3 years ago. 3 years ago, and it was at the beginning. We have only one parcel to experiment these ganses, and after the first season, we have seen that all the grapes were very in good health, and they didn't add no disease during all the season. In Vanguard, we have many problems with several disease, and for this person, nothing. So we have continued one season again and again and again, and today we are harvesting now in 2022, and we have no problem this season. The harvests are beautiful, despite the weather, with freezing on the beginning of the year, and the big heat were of July and August. So if you want, you can, Rick, you can play the video if Mr. Keshe is okay.
We are perfect with it. It's just that we needed some explanation. It's not just a video, but people understand the whole thing behind it. Rick, would you like to play the video? It's about 18 minutes.
Yes, and just to let people know, it is in French, and but it does have the English subtitles as well. Okay, let me just double check here, and here we go.
French language, but subtitles are in English.
Merci.
Okay.
Thank you,
Au
Joe.
service de l'agriculture. La création de champs plasmatiques est réalisée à partir de ganses qui sont judicieusement placés sur le terrain afin de dépolluer, de nourrir et faire fructifier les plantes. Le principe est simple. Il s'appuie sur la physique quantique et plus particulièrement sur le fait que le champ le plus fort nourrit le champ le plus faible. Pour créer cette dynamique, on joue sur les volumes de ganses qui remplissent soit des sphères dans le cas de petites surfaces comme les jardins, soit des anneaux destinés à de grandes exploitations. On équipe les anneaux ou les sphères avec des ganses choisis pour leurs vertus. Par exemple, on n'utilise pas le ganse de CuO pour dépolluer les sols, le ganse de CO2 pour stabiliser les cultures et l'associer avec le ganse de CH3 pour limiter l'apport hydrique. Les ganses sont actifs dès leur mise en place et le processus dynamique ne cesse de grandir pour arriver à une stabilité sphérique après plusieurs semaines. Dans le cas des parcelles de vignes, compte tenu des produits phytosanitaires utilisés par le passé, nous avons positionné des anneaux de ganse CuO de telle manière qu'il y ait entre eux la dynamique des champs et que ces champs couvrent la totalité du terrain pour dépolluer. Ces ganses ont été complétés par ceux de CO2 et de CH3 afin que les plantes puisent dans ces ressources pour arriver à maturité dans les meilleures conditions. Enfin, les vignes ont besoin d'apports très spécifiques, toujours fournis par les champs des ganses, tels que le bore et le soufre. La répartition des anneaux est étudiée afin que l'interaction dynamique des champs plasmatiques fonctionne des plus forts vers les plus faibles, en combinant anneaux faibles et anneaux forts. Par exemple, en un seul point de pause, il y a un cumul de 5 anneaux, 2 anneaux forts de bore et de soufre entre 3 anneaux faibles de CuO, CO2 et CH3, l'inverse étant réalisé sur l'anneau suivant. La vidéo qui suit présente l'application de la technologie plasma sur 2 sites. Tout d'abord un vignoble en entre-deux-mers, puis une oliveraie en Gironde, constituée de...
Now we can't read that one. And of the live grove made up of trees burned in a fire. And they were sent to crushing. They rescued 123 olive trees that were partially burned or hit by a fire, and they just languished for about 4 years. This is another aspect of what he's done with olive trees, as well as in the wine vineyard. So the trees just languished, he said, didn't really get any worse, but didn't grow anymore. They were sort of sitting in a static condition until they introduced the GANS rings.
brûlés au cours d'un incendie dans le sud de la France et replantés dans le sud-ouest. Commençons par les parcelles de vignobles en test. Cette vue aérienne montre les 2 parcelles équipées des anneaux de ganse. La parcelle 1 est dans sa 3e saison d'essai et la parcelle 2 est testée depuis 2 ans en tenant compte des résultats de la parcelle 1. Elle est aussi équipée des anneaux de ganse. Ces 2 parcelles sont en Cabernet Franc. Nous sommes le 23 avril 2021, quelques jours après les 2 nuits d'un gel très violent qui a détruit un grand pourcentage de vignes dans le Bordelais. Comme on peut le voir, le gel n'a pas eu d'effet sur les vignes de ces parcelles. Les anneaux sont répartis dans les rangs de vignes comme présenté dans les schémas décrits précédemment. Ils ont été posés.
So big effect, in 2021, they were hit with a large frost, but none of the plants that were protected with the GANS rings suffered. So that would be great for the orange growers as well. to start implementing this technology. And Joel said he'd be available for anyone to assist.
Janvier afin d'être opérationnel pour l'arrivée des premières feuilles. On remarque l'excellent état de santé des pieds car les jeunes feuilles sont très nombreuses. Y compris sur cette troisième parcelle de cépage merlot qui est beaucoup plus fragile que le cabernet franc. À partir du mois de mai, alors que la météo était favorable malgré le gel du mois d'avril, des pluies intenses se sont abattues sur la région, favorisant ainsi l'arrivée des maladies. Comme nous avons pu le constater, aucune maladie n'a affecté les vignes pendant cette période. Préventivement, les réserves d'eau de la propriété ont aussi été dépolluées par la mise en place dans les réservoirs de sphères de gans CO et CO2. Ainsi, le peu de traitement réalisé pendant ce mois de mai n'a pas affecté la santé des vignes. Ils ont plutôt propagé les champs plasmatiques des gans. D'autres viticulteurs, ayant déjà subi les dégâts du haut gel, ont traité à outrance pour tenter de sauvegarder leur future récolte.
This is the grove of olive trees he was referring to.
Nous voici à Triac, sur les coteaux de la Dordogne. Cet oliveraie, c'est plutôt une infirmerie pour des arbres qui ont été brûlés dans les incendies de 2016 dans le sud de la France. Ils ont été sauvés du broyage. Un convoi parti de Gironde les a récupérés et ils ont été replantés en lieu et place de vignes dans une parcelle escarpée. Ces 123 spécimens ont végété pendant 4 ans, jusqu'à leur rencontre avec la technologie plasma de M. Keshe. Plusieurs gans ont été
So again, the trees stayed in a state for 4 years of sort of suspended animation where they didn't really do anything until they came in contact with the GANs balls. I think he put balls in these trees.
placés dans des sphères et des anneaux pour les aider dans leur convalescence. L'agencement pour ce type d'intervention est toujours le même. Il est basé sur le principe du champ le plus fort qui nourrit le champ le plus faible.
I would read it, but it's too difficult.
Alors, petit à petit, les choses se sont améliorées. Pour certains d'entre eux, des juvéniles ou des adultes, l'épreuve du feu a été très handicapante. Plus de système foliaire, des troncs noircis, seul le système racinaire aidé par les gans a pu remonter les fonctions vitales de ces arbres. Il a fallu près d'1 an, après l'implantation des ganses, pour que les premières fleurs apparaissent. L'année dernière, plus de 50 kg d'olives sont ainsi partis au pressoir. Nous voici déjà le 9 juin 2021 et cette promenade dans les rangs de la parcelle 1 nous conforte dans l'état de santé des vignes. Les feuilles sont extraordinairement belles, avec beaucoup de relief et de brillance, dû aux acides aminés de la plante. Les anneaux veillent à cet équilibre. Et la fleur de la vigne apparaît comme un instant de transformation magique. Du côté de la parcelle de Merlot, la dernière équipée en anneau de ganse, tout est au beau fixe. Elle est à gauche sur cette vue aérienne et il y a déjà une coloration différente par rapport à la parcelle du voisin, à droite sur la prise de vue. Dans cette parcelle aussi, les ganses font un travail remarquable, tout comme le propriétaire des lieux qui veille au nettoyage des rangs de vignes. Fin juin, de gros orages éclatent et le 1er juillet, un nouveau survol des parcelles 1 et 2 nous rassure quant aux éventuels dégâts. Les grappes sont bien là, sous la protection des anneaux. Les grains ne sont pas abîmés malgré cette météo incertaine. Voici les pieds de vigne non protégés par les ganses, mais traités très faiblement avec l'eau chargée des champs plasmatiques de CO et CO2. La rotation de la caméra montre les pieds de vigne protégés par les ganses. On remarque tout de suite la différence de vivacité et les différences de couleur. Tout va pour le mieux, malgré les intempéries, dans ce magnifique environnement. Nous sommes le 21 août 2021. Cette nouvelle vue aérienne montre des parcelles en pleine forme. Tout va bien, malgré un temps variable et des températures en dessous des normales saisonnières. Les grappes de raisin ont une évolution normale. La parcelle 3 en merlot est elle aussi dans le même état. Cette parcelle est entourée de vignes et d'autres propriétés qui traitent leurs parcelles avec des produits chimiques. En étant attentif aux vues, on voit bien la différence de couleur ainsi que l'état des rangs de vignes. Ce voisinage difficile est contenu et maîtrisé grâce au champ plasmatique des ganses protecteurs. Déplaçons-nous dans une parcelle traitée. image figée montre les dégâts et leur progression malgré les traitements chimiques. Malheureusement, les récoltes de ces parcelles ne seront pas celles attendues, tant en qualité qu'en quantité. Dans les parcelles équipées des anneaux, les grappes sont généreuses. Quelques-unes d'entre elles semblent même remercier les anneaux et leurs ganses. Nous sommes au mois de septembre, à quelques semaines des vendanges. Certains propriétaires sont déjà prêts à récolter, car la météo des prochains jours n'est pas très bonne. En attendant, les vignes sous l'influence des champs plasmatiques des ganses mûrissent sans problème, même si la cicadelle, insecte qui aime bien la vigne, montre sa présence, car les bords des feuilles sont marrons. La cicadelle marque son territoire, mais ce sera sans conséquence pour le raisin. Mais ce n'est pas la même chose chez les voisins. La vigne traitée n'est pas en bonne santé, et la situation empire au fil des jours. Voici le type de machine, filmée en début de saison, qui est utilisée par le voisinage et qui répand les traitements chimiques. Les résultats sont sans commentaire. Nous voici arrivés au temps des vendanges. C'est la dernière séquence pour la vigne et la première pour le traitement du raisin. La vendangeuse est une belle mécanique qui récolte les grains en laissant la rafle de côté. La vigne a fait son travail de génitrice, aidée plus que jamais cette année par les ganses et l'eau soumise au champ des ganses CO et CO2. La récolte durera plusieurs jours pour se retrouver dans le lieu de stockage. Les grains de raisin commencent le circuit et leur transformation. Les anneaux sont implantés depuis 3 ans sur la parcelle 1, depuis 2 ans sur la parcelle 2 et seulement depuis cette année sur la parcelle 3, en merlot, cépage fragile qui a traversé les épreuves climatiques et les agressions parasites grâce à la bienveillance de leurs propriétaires ainsi que celle des anneaux de ganse. Un grand merci pour ces 3 belles saisons.
Thank you very much, Joel. That was nice. Could you explain to us, because the thing was going too fast, what was the outcome of the harvest compared to the natural one? That others who don't see the video, they can understand it. People who just listen to the voice recording.
And there it is right there. This is the untreated or chemically treated plot, and this is the plot of the with the GANs fields in it. So you can see this plot is struggling quite a bit, if I understand it correctly. And I think Joel said that it was 1.5 times the normal harvest. In all this data, as Mr. Keshe has done these agricultural works in China, are available intergovernmentally. They're not readily available to the public, but I know if the governments contact the Keshe Foundation, that they will share certain knowledges about this agricultural. He said it was prioritized, or that it wouldn't be available to the public. And I'm not sure if Joel knows, but maybe the farmers don't know exactly what was done and how it was proportioned in quantities and strength of the two rings. I know there was sulfur and boron added as well. Let's just go back for a minute.
Are you there?
Just had to enable his talking there. You should be able to open your microphone now, Joel.
Hello?
Yes. We
Do
hear
you understand me?
Yes.
My internet link is broken, so I am with my iPhone. I didn't understood what Mr. Keshe said.
What I said was that because a lot of people listen to this as a recording, they don't see the video, or they just listen to MP3 of it.
Okay.
Can you tell us what was the outcome? What was the difference at the harvest? Increase or reduction in quality or the quantity or the color or whatever?
When you do wine yards, we have laboratories which are testing the vine, the grapes during all the season. And of course, we have a criteria of quality, of quantity, of sugar in the grapes, and all is very, very good. We have no problem with that, and all the harvest is in abundance, but many grapes, with many grapes.
Yes, but how was the harvest more, or is it the same?
Yes, it was a very, very more.
How much? What percentage?
150%.
So 1.5 times more harvest. And
yes.
What's the quality? You had no diseases during the trial?
No disease, and the quality is
very high.
Yes.
Okay, but how much does it cost compared to the chemical side?
Oh, chemical on these parcels cost 80,000 euros per season.
Yeah, and how much does your system cost?
Nothing, Mr. Keshe.
No, I mean, you still have to buy the pipe. You still have to.
Yes, but €200, perhaps, maybe.
So we thank you, Joel, for all your work. But as you heard, the chemical treatment was 80,000 versus 80,000 euro versus 200 euro for the Keshe plasma technology. So again, the GANS knows what to take from the body and what to give to the body. We saw the field starting out with a frost. Then it sounded like heavy rain and too much humidity, but the grapes, their sugar content, their quality ended up perfect. There's a little bit more here, which I think Mr. Keshe is saying they'll be releasing a technology where you don't need the rings at all. Let's hear a little bit more.
And how much do they need to pay attention to? One of the problems we have with agriculture, especially with like seeds, wheat, rice, and the rest, to continuously keeping the system, the vegetation growing with the feeding with ganses is very difficult. And they just give up after about 3-4 weeks, and then it comes back to the beginning. But how do they manage it? How often do they have to look after the system, the ganses and the rest? Or is it once they put it at the beginning of the season and that's it?
Oh no, I put it in January, and I am looking at them every month.
But you go and fill them up? You go and fill them up with ganses?
No, I don't have, because many of them, majority of the rings are 4 years old now, you know, and I have took several of them and come back in my laboratory, and all the GANs are staying. No problem with that. No problem. But we have definitively stopped with the sphere, with the
rotating the sphere.
Yes. We are only using
with pipes,
rings. Yes.
Okay, can I add something here? Keshe Foundation, hopefully for this next year coming up season, will introduce a new kind of agriculture. The way we've done at the moment, we are busy with the flights and everything else which is going on. Or it's something we've done, but then you don't need to harvest or to put rings on anymore. New technology will be introduced. We already developed it, just we don't have time to bring it out in the market or to show it. But this we developed because a lot of seed growers like wheat and the rest need that to be benefited all the time. We explained in a couple of teachings before, and I know our friend in Australia and others in Canada were looking at other aspects. But this will not need any more watering or changing. You totally handle it a different new way. You change the whole environment as a whole, not just a specific. And you can change the harvest. I mean, if this year you want a slightly different kind of grapes, you can change the environment for that grapes, not the same as last year. You understand? So it's very nice. But how many farms are you looking after now? Or is it how many?
In France, we have many vineyards in Bordeaux, and now we have farmers in Bretagne. Bretagne is in the west of France, and we have farmers which we are using for vegetables, and they have beautiful results, very beautiful results with more harvest than before. Yes.
Well, okay, that's beautiful. Thank you very much. I'll leave it if there's anybody else wants to ask a question.
Okay, and we know that the paper that's being shared intergovernmentally from the China work, or what's happening, is easily a 3 times increased in harvest. No need for pesticides, and no need for herbicides. The plants are fed with through the fields. We know this technology encompasses, in the bigger picture, the agriculture, enhancing agriculture. We know it's also enhancing energy production. We know it enhances health of the man, the plant, the animal, and it's also for space travel. So those are the 4. But this is a beautiful demonstration of the work Joel has put in over the last 3 years to achieve the results, in consultation, of course, with Mr. Keshe, and working. So the GANs knew what to do, takes from the body what the body doesn't need and gives to the body what the body, the same sort of procedure here in the agriculture. So very beautiful work, and again, available intergovernmentally or directly from the Keshe Foundation to other governments, but not so much in the public domain at this point. But he said they will be releasing a new technology in the next few weeks. They've been so busy with the flight system and others, but we've seen videos in China and also in Mongolia and other places. So there's much to be explored in the agriculture. Just the reduction from 80,000 in chemicals to 200 euro is quite a, I don't think any farmer would turn that down, because that's an automatic 80,000. As we see, of course, one of the other benefits of the agriculture is reversing of the genetically modified seeds, which soaking in the GANs for a certain period of time will reduce them. And again, that's a whole science within itself, but all available through and from the Keshe Foundation. Mr. Keshe's knowledge, what he's sharing pretty much openly with the entire planet. Any comments from anyone? This wine will also elevate the soul. I think he went on to say that. Well, he didn't say, he said, we'll see what they were like.
A lot of happy people.
A lot of happy people, right? Not only from the alcohol content, but from the elevation of the soul.
Doubly happy. I'm just saying that the 80,000, if you've got 1.5 times more crop, then your savings are like 200,000 euros, really more.
Yeah,
than that.
it's amazing what can be done.
It's unbelievable.
Any other thoughts or comments on this? Beautifully, he saved the.
Yeah, they also
ahead.
asked if anyone could get any wine from that vineyard, but it's
Yes.
all sold out already. It's all gone.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Like maybe you can. They mentioned the brand, the vineyard. So maybe you can get some from next year's harvest or from 3 years ago, because it needs to ripe for a while. But the one that was put into sale now from 3 years ago, it all sold out already because everyone is loving it.
Wow. Have you tried it?
No.
Okay. Well, very good. So if it applies to the grapes, it applies to the oranges, the bananas, and every other thing, and the seeds, as he said. And you can change the fields to change the conditions within the field. You can change the fields of the system to change the type of grape, if you wanted a little sweeter, a little sour, depending on what you're making. Again, this was all done with a lab and them examining the grapes very frequently, and everything turned out perfectly, Joel said. So thank you so much, Joel, for your work, your hard work. None of us really knew you were doing this, except probably a few, Mr. Keshe and others. And there's probably a lot of other, I know he talked about the pig farming that they had in Austria that most of us weren't aware of until he actually talked about it, where the whole system was automated, and that's been going on for a couple of years. So there's many things in the background that haven't been brought openly into the public. and just sort of.
Mark, I wonder what would happen to those fields if they sprayed the GANs on with a crop duster, the plasma water.
But he said they're going to he said it's hard to feed with the GANs because he said after a while they just sort of, I don't know if the plants give up and they go back to the beginning, but he said with this new technology, this new system, you won't even have to use the rings and you can adjust the fields depending on what you want. So just amazing for soybeans or strawberries or almonds or whatever you're growing. Again, through the Keshe Foundation to different governments. So if any government officials are listening, they're interested in this, contact the Keshe Foundation and they will send you some of the knowledge. I know he said it is proprietary. At least that's what he said coming out of China. But the results clearly speak for themselves. Even Wan Lin in China said the workers were much happy harvesting them. They were enjoying their work. So it has an effect on as well as the birds, even though the birds came there and they devoured some of the crop before actual harvesting, there was still 2.5 times or whatever the number was, phenomenal results, even though they let the birds gorge themselves on the fields. Not in this example, the one in China, I think. So these are the changes being brought to humanity, being offered again without patent, so to speak. And again, unwinding this knowledge in the energy, the health, and the agricultural, and of course, the space travel. Any other questions? Any input anyone would like to share? And that's what I've always thought too. I mean, we're trying to get away from killing other entities to sustain our own structure. But by using the GANs, he said, in the agricultural, this will create, by eating it, and Jim and Lisa in Australia with their lettuce operation that they were providing restaurants that people wanted. They were sort of demanding that the owner get this lettuce again because they were feeling good when they ate it. And probably that has to do with the elevation of their soul. So again, he's hidden the technology in something that we feel comfortable with, which is eating. He's hidden the technology in the gas units, something we feel comfortable with, cooking, heating your home, driving your automobile. He said we didn't want to have to go this way, but that's the way we're going at this point. Putting the CO2 into the beverage drinks, hidden, the technology hidden in something that we're used to consuming. And that's the way they're proceeding at this point in time. And then, of course, the beautiful work of the flight units. Alex, are you still with us?
Of course, Mark.
Okay. Why don't I play the disclaimer and we'll go right into your presentation since I don't hear any other questions?
Sounds like a plan.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay, but perhaps it'll all intertwine beautifully.
Yes, it will.
The general understanding and dialogue of GAN's understanding. Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, and we want to also thank Elias for creating this disclaimer video. It's probably the most widely used video around the Keshe Foundation ever since last year at some time. So thank you, Elias. And we welcome you, Alex, to another teaching and sharing of the universal knowledge of the creation and the creator. So we welcome you again, and we look forward to your beautiful presentation.
And thank you so much, Mark. I guess the screen's okay, is it?
Oh, yes, we see your screen, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, we're learning all the time. Sorry for the little delay there.
No,
Just,
no problem. This is a live broadcast, and we have these things anytime with anyone.
Well, you know what, Mark, I've only been doing this for 4 years, so like I need more time.
Right.
Anyway,
We're all growing into the knowledge, and you're helping us a tremendous amount. So we thank you very much, Alex, for your presence.
well, thank you for your kind words, and I want to thank everybody for attending today and allowing me to present. It is a beautiful day in North America, and this is I'm trying to help with the teaching of Marin Tavakoli Keshe and the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And so let's get right into it, because we have people from all around the world in all different time zones. And so here we go. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Teachings on Plasma Science. We are entering the basic outer space series, and today's topic is the call of the wild. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is September the 11th, 2022. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So what we've tried to do, and we're coming up to almost 2 years now. We started with the basic teaching series, and frankly, all the series are basic. We just don't have enough knowledge yet. However, the knowledge that we need to understand is how this affects us on our Earth space. And in order to do that, we have to understand the basics and know the basics and have insight into the basics. And so then, of course, we had to clearly identify what is Earth space, because that helped us identify what is basic inner space. And now that I think we've done that, this gives us an opportunity to examine the basic outer space. And so, as I said, it is today the call of the wild. And the reason I say that is because we are, quite enamored with our technology. And of course, we're very sophisticated and very civilized and very urbanized. And we've just seen some videos on the rural community with their agricultural achievements. And so there's a contrast between the farms and the cities. But there's another contrast between man's little tiny universe and the rest of the universe. And that contrast is much more profound. And so we've been saying that, we are looking at our potential travel into outer space. And so we're looking at where we're going. However, all what we see is that we see this singularity where we have a creation of matters. And we have to understand that this creation of matters comes together from three different energies: the matter state, the dark matter, and the antimatter. And so as a result, we had three books. The book number 2 was The Structure of Light, and book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. And so there was a progression. And we had to question, well, which is the source and which is the soul and what is the link? And how do we talk about this in common language? Because we have scientists who are specializing in the physics, and we have scientists who are specializing in the spiritual world. And then there's the rest of us, the riffraff. And we're searching for outer space because we all want our little piece of the pie in the sky, don't we? And so we understand that our main reference point is that we are in the sun space. And our sun is actually a star. And the name of this star is, well, it's sun. That's what the name is. And so we are within the sun space, but we are not in the sun. The sun space includes all the other planets. And so to identify which planet that we're from, we had to figure out which planet we're not from. So we looked at our neighbors and we created some boundaries. And we said, oh, okay, well, we are not Venus and we are not Mars. And so we are Earth. And so that's kind of handy if you can see your neighbors, but you have to understand that these neighbors are moving all the time. So the point is that whether the neighbor is next door or moving around somewhere else, we have created a boundary which clearly identifies what is me and what is not me. And so as such, we all are a very good target practice. And so we have had this sentimental target in the sky, which we call Earth. And we've created this boundary on Earth, which is our Earth space. And so within this Earth space, but we have to share it with vertical people. And so the vertical people, which we will call as part of the agricultural system, they are the vertical people space. They have their own space, and they're also on Earth space. And that's what makes this Earth so beautiful. And look at the variety. And then to keep this thing going, we have bumblebees, and they have their space. And so they are also sharing the space with the vertical people, and they're sharing the space with us. And then, well, another kind of bee is a wasp. And so they have their own space. And what's interesting here, besides the artwork of the hive space, is the fact that what we want to talk about today are the seasonal changes. Because this has been a week of great sadness for me. On September the 7th, we've seen some changes. And so one of the things when I look at this hive, it's very high. In other words, it's at least 3 meters off the ground. And so the height of the hive, they say, people who are at one with nature, they say that the height of the hive indicates how much snow will come that winter. And so it looks like they're predicting lots of snow. And it's a nice story, but a better story would be to figure out how did they know? And of course, we are the intelligent species. And so one of the other sad points was that I started to see the geese flying, the Canada goose. And of course, the Canada goose has its own space and it's part of the Earth space. And the call of the wild, because they are wild geese, is a honking. And so, you know, these are the original honkies. And we ask our questions. How do they fly? I mean, like, let's face it, they don't have a rocket. Why are they honking? And let's face it, they don't have a horn. And where are they going? And another question, of course, is how do they know? And I apologize for asking so many questions, but this is what happens as you increase your knowledge. You not only ask more questions, but now you have to know which questions to ask, because you see, the vertical people space also brought me sadness, because the leaves are turning. And so you see the red maple leaves. And the thing about it is that, in my opinion, it's at least 2 weeks, maybe 4 weeks early, but at least 2 weeks. And so we're predicting an early winter. Well, how do they know? And so what we're talking about is a seasonal change here. And we talked about these seasonal changes before when we were talking about comas, because some go into hibernation, like bears, and some go into dormancy, well, like the vertical people. Some people go into suspended animation, and they would, you know, like fish, and they would do that for the whole season. We don't do that. If we do any kind of hibernation, it's just overnight. We call it sleep. If we go more than one night, then we call it a coma. But you know, the birds have a really special thing, is they can leave. And so when you look at the winter scene and you say, well, where did everybody go? And so they started to leave this week. And then for me, I love summer, so that's why I'm sad. However, the seasons change, and so as we get closer to winter, we also get closer to spring, which is my favorite season. So it's another step towards my greatest happiness. But regardless of whatever it is heaven on earth. And we can pick whatever we want. And that's why we came here. And what was interesting is that the reason the seasons change is because of our position with respect to the sun. So on one side, it's summer, and on the other side, it's winter. Now, we're in the northern hemisphere, so in the southern hemisphere, on our winter side, in the south, it's summer. And so on the other side, it's the opposite. But because this is a moving target, we are target shooting to a specific point that is based on our neighbors. And it's also based on our other relationships. And so we have to wonder how the seasons affect it. And so one of the misconceptions that we have is the sun is a very hot place, so we don't want to be there, right? That's hot places is, you know, the hotter it is, I guess, the closer to hell. Is that what they say? But the sun is our friend. And so we find that the closer we get to the sun, well, in the northern hemisphere, that's winter. And so, but in the southern hemisphere, that's summer. So we could be half right, that the closer we are to the sun, the warmer it is. But half right is not very precise. And when you're half right, well, you're not going to hit the target. And our target was to get to Earth. And so we see Earth as the part which goes from the ground to the sky. But then we see the moon, and we see the moon is also rotating around the Earth. So really, you know, the Earth's range extends to the moon, and that goes beyond the magnetosphere. And it includes the atmosphere. And then, of course, it includes the ground, the crust. And then we haven't really talked about below the crust at this point in time. But, you know, there's some kind of magma that's floating around down there. And, you know, we wonder if that's part of the Earth brain. But anyway, all of this is Earth space. And so from a point of Earth space, we know that the gravity is down. And so that becomes the gravitational point. And so therefore the moon will be up, and that becomes the magnetical point. And so we said that we have two hemispheres, a northern hemisphere and a southern hemisphere. And they have fields that rotate in opposite directions. But fortunately for us, they in physicality rotate together. So the sun comes up every day and goes down every day, and then comes back up the next day. And it's very reliable. Hasn't failed us, not in my lifetime anyway. And so we like to look at what it's like outside. And so we can either look through and see a translucent window or a transparent window. But the thing is, the window is solid. And so the window is more what we call amorphous. And it's kind of a unique characteristic. And so it is a fluidization, if you will, of the solid. And yet when you tap on the glass, sounds pretty solid to me. But I can look through it. And when I look through it, you know, I can see the clouds, the rain. And I can't see the wind, but I can feel the wind. And then I can see the sky. And of course, the sky is translucent. We know that because sometimes we can see the moon during the daytime. But at night, we can see right through the sky and see those stars, of which our sun is one of those stars. So I said, the thing is that we can't see the wind, but we can feel the wind. Well, okay, but the wind is blowing in all sorts of directions. And so how do we know that the seasons change? You know, how do we know on which side of the sun we're on? And does that really matter? I mean, in our little tiny perfect world. And so weathermen will put together what they call wind patterns. And so then they create pressure zones, lows and high pressure. And of course, these are rotating fields, and they have different strengths and different gradients. And so they create pressure gradients. And we are not always aware of what these things mean. But I wonder if the geese understand that. And the thing is that if the geese do understand that, then the question is, what school did they go to? But we don't care about that. What we care about is our space, man's space. That's what's important. That's what this is all about. It's about man's space. And so in our space, like the Earth space, we are gravitational. And so we find that, you know, we have a soul, and we didn't say which soul, and we have emotions, and we didn't say which emotions, and we have physicality, and we didn't say which physicality. So we're saying a lot of things and not saying a lot of things because we have things that are being converted all the time within our man space. And that's confusing enough, but we also have this Earth space, and that's confusing enough. And then we found out that we also have our inner space, and a lot of us are having trouble still dealing with that too. And here we are searching for outer space. So when we look at the relationships of all of these various dimensions, the one that we're most familiar with is Earth. And all of us are in a different point on this Earth. So to say that we came to Earth, it's not very precise, is it? It's just some nebulous point. Each of us came to some point. And so in that Earth, we have different seasons. So some are winter environments, some are summer environments. And then when we get into the plasma, we see that there's a relationship with the nanocoating and the GANS coating and the plasma fields and the dynamic plasma. So there's a relationship there in terms of these dimensions. And the reason these dimensions are so important is because they all increase by at least an order of magnitude. And so if we were to relate that to things that we understand with respect to our nebulous point here on Earth, we see that the environment matters to us. In the winter, we want to be warmer, and in the summer, we like to be cooler. And so this becomes a matter of our physicality with relationship to the Earth's physicality. And so with that, we have these emotions. And so I said, well, I'm a little bit sad because we're going from, for me, a beautiful summer to that bleak, cold winter. And, so let's say this week, the temperature was, say, 26 degrees Celsius. Well, in the winter, it's going to be minus 26 degrees Celsius. So there's a change of 52 degrees Celsius, quite a shock to the body. And so the soul of the body is not too excited about that. And so in Canada, we have a lot of what we call snowbirds, another kind of bird. And so what they do is they also leave Canada for the winter. And they usually go to Florida or Arizona, as if that's the place to go. It is a place to go, and there are a lot of Canadians down there. However, I love Canada. And so the soul of man here says, we're going to stay. And these forces that are impacting our decisions have to do with magnetical field forces of attraction and repulsion, right? So I like the sunshine, I'm going to go to Florida. I don't like the winter, I'm going to go to Florida, right? Or I like the winter, I'm going to stay in Canada. And so these are magnetical gravitational forces. Gravitational attract and magnetical repel. And so there's a feeding and there's a feedback. And this is how the universe is created. It's created from energy. And this energy is always in motion. And we have to take into account that all things are working in combination. Because when you say magnetical or gravitational, you have to say to what? And so this is the problem that we have with our soul positioning. We have to say which body, which emotion, which soul, and position to what. So if we say that our relationship of the soul of man to the soul of the body is as the relationship of the sun to the earth, okay, well, the earth rotates around the sun. Okay, well, that's fine. So the soul of the body rotates around the earth, but with the earth, right? And so the soul of the man kind of goes for a ride. And where do we go? Well, we have a physical brain and we have a physical body. And fortunately for us, the two of them are attached. And so how they're attached is we see, well, the body's a lot bigger than the brain, right? And so we are very attached to our physicality particularly our body. And of course, when we look at the relationship with the sun and the earth, we're very attached to the earth. But look, the earth is a lot smaller than the sun. So we find that our relationship of the physicality of the body is an earthbound strength. And that earthbound strength is manifested from the soul of the body. So that the physical soul of the body, then by that logic, is stronger than the physical soul of the man. And if it's only an earthbound strength, yeah, well, that works. But we find in the plasma field strength that the universal soul of the man is stronger than the universal soul of the body. Now that makes sense too, because the soul of the man is within the brain, and so the soul of the man is gravitational, and the gravitational is stronger. Okay, now we're making sense. So the soul of the body is weaker than the soul of the man, but the physical body is stronger than the physical body of the brain. Okay, so there's a big difference when we're looking at field strength. We have to say what the reference point is. So when we're looking at man's universe and we see that our sister universe is much stronger than our little tiny universe, of which we are just a little tiny portion, and there's a relationship there. So that relationship compares to the relationship of the earth to the sun, which compares to the soul of the man to the soul of the body. And so the energy is gravitational. And so therefore it has to congregate into a neutron. And that is the core component. But when we look at the atoms, we find that it has two components, electron and proton. And so this is the fundamental principle of the twinity. So we find that the proton-electron relationship seems to follow the sun-earth relationship. And so the field strength of the electron is referred to the large field strength of the proton. It's the proton field strength which feeds the electron, but the two of them work together hand in hand. So there's a feeding and there's a feedback, but we didn't say it what field strength. So what we find is that regardless of the field strength, one field is magnetical and one field is gravitational. And so both fields are rays in motion. And I'm sure you can see the difference here between the magnetical and gravitational fields. And they look like twins. Yes, they are. So, and this is what we did with the twin cup to see how the reaction is. And this is different from the nuclear decay model of the neutron. And so we see that the neutron is bigger than the combination of the electron proton. And so what's missing? The decay process, what we call the release of the PM ticks. And so that becomes the point of energy in motion. So this reference point is of two fields and how they come together. And so these two fields are producing a creation ray, and they're producing emission rays. Each field produces emission rays, and each field has absorption rays. And all of these rays are reacting at light speed. And again, we haven't said which speed. So what we have said is that energy is always in motion. And so the question then becomes is, where does this energy come from? And how come all of us have a different characteristic? We have different emotions, different capabilities. We all create this, what we call the spice of life. We all have our own kind of aminogen. And as we come here, we find that, well, we are kind of cluttered up, aren't we? We have vertical people space, we have bumblebees, and we have geese and mooses and all sorts of things that we have to share this with. But the thing is that all of these energies have come here as some kind of spirit energy or some kind of soul energy. And so we see that the way they came here is that the gravitational was feeding the magnetical. So one field has to be stronger than the other. And so if we say that these two fields are a reference point, then we also find that there's a cross reference, and it also is feeding from a gravitational to a magnetical. But you know, the thing is that the magnetical is weaker. And so where does the weaker go? And the weaker goes to another gravitational field force. So there's a gravitational pushing, there's a magnetical flowing, and there's a gravitational calling. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about this connection, the call of the wild, right? Where one point is connected to another point, but how is it connected? And how does it know to go there? And so is it a calling from, or is it a calling to? In other words, are you calling out, or is what you're calling out to calling you back? And so I wonder what the geese are doing, okay? Because let's face it, you know, they haven't been attending these classes, not that I've seen on the panel. So we know that if there's two fields that come together to create a force, and if that force becomes gravitational, then we know the two fields come together to create another force, and that field becomes magnetical. So now we have a relationship between the products of these fields. And so we see that at that point, we develop a soul. And there is something quite similar to the way the sun and the earth are reacting. And the earth is changing its personality. It's going from summer to winter, and then from winter back to summer. And, you know, how does it do that? And who's calling the shots? Who's calling? Who's calling out, or who's calling you? And so whoever it is, wherever you're going, that becomes a gravitational. Gravitational what? A gravitational feeding to a gravitational receiving. Wait a minute. Where's the magnetical? It's gone. It was there a moment ago. And so the question I have is, as we look at these flock of geese, and you may not be able to see it on the screen, they're within that circle. There's a whole bunch of them. And they are flying, obviously, above the ground, but within the biosphere. And of course, they are all flying in a straight line. The point that I'm making is that they somehow know it's time to migrate. And so they didn't ask me, because I didn't know. I would have to look at the calendar. But I was maybe kind of hoping it would be a little bit 2 weeks later, but they are ready to go now. They were ready to go on September the 7th. Today is September the 11th. And oddly enough, the leaves started to change in September the 7th as well. And so, as far as they're concerned, because they're in goose space, their space is gravitational. And so they're looking at the Earth as the magnetical part. So they are just like we are. They have their own reference, we have our own reference, and so we're all sharing the same reference on Earth. And so what we look at when we look at fields, we see that there are 2 feeding dimensions and 3 feedback dimensions, right? And so the reason there's always more than 2 as a product of the first 2 is because you still have the first 2. In other words, if one feeding dimension is the goose space and the second feeding dimension is the man space, all of us are still here and still on Earth space. So when we're looking at all the dimensions, it's even more than 3. But let's not complicate things. Let's just say, so we have 2 fields coming together, we produce a third. So we have 3 feedback dimensions because the first 2 fields, the point is they're still feeding. And so the feeding becomes a feedback. And so we as observers, we're just, pretending to understand and pretending to know, but we're not in those 3 dimensions because we're observers, you see. And in reality, so are the geese, because we are all in the Earth space, which has its own 3 dimensions, you see. So we have our 3 dimensions, the geese have their 3 dimensions, and the Earth space has its 3 dimensions. So now we're complicating things because what we see is that our basic 2 dimensions, the physical brain and the physical body, is a feeding dimension. And we have produced GANs, which is connected to the emotion, and that emotion is feeding back to our bodies, right? So we have a giving and a taking, but now we have another dimension that is the soul of the body. So it too needs to be fed, and it too needs to feed back. And so we find that the soul of the body controls the body. And so we have a body brain and we have a body physical. But if the soul of the body physical, and has an emotion, we find that the brain also has an emotion. And how many times do we say, which head are you thinking with? Your heart says go, but your mind says no, or vice versa. And then we find that the mind emotion is different from the GANS emotion, only insofar as the GANS is something that's within our body, but there's a different kind of GANS within our brain. And so that it's a different emotion. And so this is the point now. If we have 2 bodies, and if we have 2 dimensions, if we have 2 different emotions, then we have to have 2 different souls. And then if we have 2 different souls, we have to have 2 different dimensions. And so everything is a feeding dimension, and the byproduct is a feedback dimension. And so this is how we determined our inner space positioning. Well, that's all fine and dandy. We're still looking for outer space. And so the thing about it is that when we look at our cups, and we made the 1 cup, we had a physical zinc plate and a physical copper coil, and we still had a physical nano-coated copper coil, but the nano-coating was a plasmatic trick to increase the field strength by at least an order of magnitude. And as a result of that difference, we created magnetical and gravitational fields. And when we set it up, of course, we didn't see that. Is only give it some time, we've seen different types of GANs. And so it's taken us a while to figure out that it's CO2 GANs, calcium GANs, copper GANs, and zinc GANs, amino acid GANs, water GANs. And the thing about it is that all of these GANSes are a combination of elements. So the GANSes themselves are not elementary, but they are a byproduct of two fields. And as such, they carry the field strength of both of these fields. And as a result of that, the field strength of the GANs is higher. And so this was the big attraction to the Keshe Foundation, of course, is that we all want to get more energy. But, you know, how much energy can we get? And so we find that we can go from the physical space, the earth space, to an inner space. And now we're looking for outer space. And we don't know exactly where that point is. And it's somewhere between these two cups of life. And so we're very grateful that we found that, because it's really helped our lives on this planet. But now when we look at the cup of emotion and the cup of physicality, and we see that these are actually two different cups, even though it looks like they've been created the same, the components are different. And so different components create different field strengths. And as a result, one cup becomes an emotional cup and one cup becomes a physical cup. But did we say if it's the brain physical or the body physical? And in that basis, did we say it's the mind emotional or the GANS emotional? And so now we're starting to see that we have to be a little bit more specific. And how can we do that? Do we have the skill to do that? Well, fortunately for us, the soul is very skillful. The soul knows. And now we have to ask, well, which soul? So we had three cups, the emotional cup, the physical cup, and the soul cup. And of course, that created one field. And what's the other field? Well, remember Earth space. Okay, so we have two fields, man space field, Earth space field. And then we have the product field, inertia. And so that inertia field is the fourth cup. And so we're able to identify these different fields in the MAGRAV state of antimatter, dark matter, and matter. And so we find that what's coming to these fields is energy. And because it's coming, it's magnetical. And because it's coming, it's feeding. And so this is a magnetical feeding energy pack that is going all over the universe, and it's coming to some gravitational point. And when it does that, it goes through a conversion. We didn't say what conversion. We're being very, very non-specific, kind of very nebulous, aren't we? We're just saying that there's a principal matter, a transition matter, and a conversions matter. And when all these come together, they create a MAGRAV condition. And then MAGRAV conditions interact with other MAGRAV conditions, and they create another feedback, right? So when we're looking at these geese, we don't know where they're going. I wonder if they know where they're going. Because geese are more stupid than us. And that's what we are led to believe. So anyway, the thing is that we have plasma rules, and those plasma rules are that energy states either increase or now we know that they can decrease. And either way, they can do this by at least an order of magnitude. So again, very non-specific. We don't know how many orders of magnitude, we didn't even in fact say how many states, but the rule is that the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. And so the key word here is feeding. And so the changes to each of these energy states is a manifestation. And the process is called either creation or natural decay. But if there is no change in that energy state and it is still feeding, then that energy state is a catalyst, right? And so the energy transfer is in such a manner that it is non-consuming. And so that is possible. And so these transfer rates from state to state are also higher in the plasma state. And again, by many orders of magnitude. So we find that the plasma fields can either absorb or they can be a barrier. But there's another rule, and that is the ethos of the universe. And so we're now starting to understand how important that is. Because you see, when we look at manifestation, and we didn't say what kind of manifestation, because all we said is that when two fields come together, they form another. So any formation is a manifestation, but it's the plasma feeding that leads to that manifestation. But now the manifestation may be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible. Well, so it may be plasmatic or physical. And so we see there's a physical reality. No, we see the geese flying, and there's a plasmatic reality. And, you know, they want to leave. And I don't know why. Well, other than the fact that the season's changing, but it seems that they are aware of it they don't have a calendar like we do. So they know something that we don't know. And so whatever they know is this manifestation. And that manifestation is a form artifact. And so it's obviously not a physical presence. It's an emotion of presence. And so whatever is causing these geese to fly around is a form artifact of energy and motion. And that emotion is the manifestation point. And so what is really, really interesting, of course, is that we wonder, why are these geese flying around? And they have been flying around for 4 days. And, you know, so we can see them flying around in their physicality, but there is a plasmatic reality which we can't see and can't touch. And that is to understand, what is it that these geese are doing? And so we find that the reason they're flying around in circles is not that they're crazy. They are looking for their buddies. Because during the summer, all their buddies are all individuals, and they've all gone to that nebulous space in Canada, wherever that is. And we don't know where that is because they're just like people. They go wherever they want to go. And there's a big difference, of course. They don't have passports and they don't have, you know, physical boundaries. So they don't exactly know where their buddies are. And so they keep going around in a group, and they're looking for their buddies, and they're honking to let their buddies know that they're looking for them. And so what they're doing is they're feeding information. And they're doing this on a plasmatic basis because obviously they're all working together. And so we understand now that we are all a feeder of a kind. We don't know what kind, but we are a kind of feeder. And we have choices. And so we ask ourselves, which kind of dominant feeder are you? Because the kind of feeder that you are is a representation of a matter plasma, of a matter state. And it's either a physical state or a plasmatic state. And so we find that the geese are all flocking together, And so there is a common denominator for them. And we find that when we're looking at this biosphere, which we're all part of, we find that the same thing happens with our GANs. We find that there's a commonality between the zinc GANs and the CO2 GANs. And that commonality means that there's a feeding and a feedback. So we're saying the zinc is feeding emotionally, and the CO2 GANs is the link, is the energy that is connecting the here to there. And when we look at the GANs in the bottle, we see that the bottle is of glass and it's transparent. And then we see the GANs and it's pretty physical, but there's a hole in the GANs and it too is transparent. And so how do we make the round bottle? And then how did we make the round hole? And those two methods are different. So where's that energy? And if you try and pinpoint it, you can't, because it's a field. It's a field force and it's dynamic. So what you do know is that you have a nebulous point in the middle of that bottle, and there is a plasma hole in that bottle. And so that it becomes this fudge factor that we don't understand. And it kind of is this point where we have ray motion creation from. And when we have this energy level, energy state increase, we call that creation. And when we call it decrease, we call it decay. But the problem is that the plasma motion is a two-way street. So therefore, on the side of creation, there is creation and there is decay that balances. And on the side of decay, there is decay and creation that balances. And so those two are fields and they work together and they create a balanced field. And that balanced field is a magnetical gravitational relationship. And it too is a two-way street. So when we look at the soul sequencing and say, well, the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth attracts the soul of the man. Okay, so we have convergence, a gravitational field. And from that gravitational field, it interacts with the soul of the earth. And now it creates another gravitational field. We call it the soul of the body. So now we take the soul of the body and it interacts with the soul of the earth. And it creates another gravitational field. We call this the physicality of the body. So the thing that we're looking at here is that all three are interrelated to the soul of the earth. And so each have a soul of the earth relationship. Well, so we see that we, as man space, we have a physicality of the body and we have a soul of the body. And so we have determined how to get to earth space. But the soul of the earth body is also interacting with the soul of the body in a way. So in other words, our soul of the body wants to be in the soul of the earth body. So when we look at the geese, they want to go, but they want to leave Canada and go to, let's say, Florida. But they don't want to leave Earth. So there's a qualification to that emotion. And so that emotion wants to reposition itself on Earth, not reposition itself away from Earth, right? It is positioned with respect to the physicality of the Earth body. And so we do this the same way. We have a soul of the body, and it manifests the physicality of the body, and it's positioned with respect to the physicality of the Earth body. But in order to modify our physical positioning, we have to look at our emotional connection. And when we say our emotional connection, what are we going to reference? Are we just going to reference the changes of the seasons? Are we going to reference the changes of the countries? Or are we going to reference the changes of the planets? And so as we start to ask more and more questions, we find that we are now transcending the limitations of nuclear science, because that's what the plasma science does. The limitations of nuclear science were limited by the speed of light. But our morality, our compassion, and our courage has nothing to do with the speed of light. It has everything to do with creation, because life wants to live. And because life wants to live, it is part of creation. And so man space wants to live, goose space wants to live, even bumblebee space wants to live. So they do the things that keeps their physicality intact. So we have homes, and we heat the homes, and we have energy in the homes. The bees, and they create hives, and the geese, well, they just leave. See you later. And we do that an awful lot, don't we? We create garbage and we throw it away. See you later. It's not my garbage. This is me. That's not me. I don't know what that is, but it's not me. And so I'm going to throw that garbage over there. But, you know, we said that we are identified with respect to our positioning and by our neighbors. And so our neighbors give us a feedback. And if you throw your garbage into your neighbor's property, your pursuit of happiness will be a complete failure, because you have to get along with your neighbors. And so what we realize is that our tiny perfect universe and our travels through this tiny perfect universe are actually a failure, a launch field failure, because man has never launched a rocket into outer space. The question we now have to ask is, do the Earth space rules, which we've identified, apply to inner space or outer space? And so we have meticulously identified Earth space, and we have meticulously identified inner space. So now we're looking for outer space. And so we find that there are plasma rules, and we need to understand these rules better. And so we have to call out to our friends. We don't have to honk, we don't have to fly around. We have other ways and means of doing it. And when someone only gives you a few seconds to get that decision, just when they ask you what's plasma, tell them it's a kind of energy state. And it helps us understand our Earth space, our inner space, and it helps us look for outer space. And we thought we knew where outer space is, but we actually don't. And this is very important. And if that, what's important is not important, well, you know what, nothing's important. Because what we are talking about is the energy manifestation through the emotion. It's the emotion energy manifestation, which is the motivation of the bodies. So in other words, There's an emotion for the geese to migrate. There's an emotion for us to either migrate or stay. And, you know, a lot of people say, well, I'm not going to suffer the winter, so I'm leaving. And there's a lot of people who say, you know what, I'm not going to suffer the summer, so I'm staying. And, you know, so we all make our binding decisions and we all make our launching decisions. And each decision is a feedback. And the thing is, we now have choices. We have choices where we didn't have choices before. And what we have to understand is this basic feeding rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so we have a problem. And that is that when two forces come together, they create another. And the question is, what are we creating? So we find that the universe is always feeding. And this is a universal self-enhancement feeding. And all we have to do is harvest that energy. And there's a way to do it. And there's another way to do it, and that is through loosh harvesting. The trouble with that is it's self-consuming. And you say, well, you know what? I'm the consumer, right? I'm not the target. I'm the target shooter. And so then the question becomes, when two forces come together, is it destruction or is it creation? And so we said it's a two-way street. So destruction is a kind of creation. And the question then comes down to, hey, you, what kind of creation are you creating? And are you that shining example, that sun in the universe? And each of us now has a choice on how we bind our energy. And the way we bind our energy really is a feeding choice. So we can either be fed by the universe or we can feed off of others at the expense of others. Up until now, there's only been one eating rule, and the higher strength eats the weaker strength. And it's not a conflict because it's not that conflict. That's not me. Okay, I just want to eat. And there's a goose flying. And so to call the wild becomes the crying of the wild. So some of these geese are not flying around anymore. They may be already cooked, they may be already eaten, and they served a purpose because that purpose was to feed a family. As the hunters were looking at the geese as a source of food. And so these geese are not flying looking for their friends, they're flying away to get away from danger. So their purpose is to look after their own survival. And there's more crying on this planet because we had a mother pass away and the nation is mourning. And of course, there's even more crying. We've had at least 3,500 more died in wars that we know of. But the difference is with the goose, it was feeding a family. When soldiers die, and they die needlessly, so there's no purpose. And so when we look at this, we could say, well, we don't see any purpose in that, or it's purposeless. But obviously someone did see it in a purpose to send those soldiers to die in battle. And so that purpose may be to feed a soul. And so we find that those soldiers who kill other soldiers, too many of them come back and they're crying inside. and they call it PTSD. We'd like to give a gift to the US military, and it's being delayed. So when we look at this vision feedback enhancement units, they are representing a plasmagen interaction. And it could be a soul enhancement or a spirit enhancement. And it doesn't matter because there are no boundaries. What it is defaulting to a path towards the refugium of man, the point of safety. All of us are looking for peace. And so the call of the wild is normal. And the majority seek and will answer, because the call of the wild is the call of freedom and emancipation. And the universe is normal. The earth is also seeking freedom and emancipation. And we've come to an existential crisis. And that crisis defaults to the harvesting of plasma energy of the plasma universe. And so we find that the peace dome is our inner space dome. What feeds the peace dome? We know where Earth space is, and we know where inner space is. Maybe the peace is in outer space. And so this is pointing to the gate, and we have to unlock that gate and pass through the gateway to understand that the inner space of the Earth body is the launch field to the peaceful universe. And so there's the debate between peace and prosperity versus war and poverty. And, you know, we have problems with this for some reason. And the problem is that we have no proof of outer space, because we've never been to outer space. Because all of the space that we call outer space, we see it. But there is proof of the concept, because we all have preference and sentimentality. And we were born. We were born on Earth, not on Mars. And so that was our preference. And on Earth, we can either stay in the cold north, or we can go to the warm south, just like the geese. But the thing is that the geese will be back as the seasons change. And so that becomes a question that we have. If we want to leave Earth space and go into outer space, will we come back? Because you see, we are from outer space. And we were born into the inner space. And this inner space is an interaction between the various souls. And so any relationship that you have is a manifestation. And so what we're trying to do is to understand these manifestations. But the point is that we are inherently peaceful. And that's why the science of man has to meet the soul of man for peace. Because now we have choices. It's in the post-June the 6th era. We've sent many people into outer space. And you could call it a migration. And they've all gone safely. And they've all come back safely. And no hunter was able to shoot them down. And so we all have these choices to understand how we go from Earth space to outer space. And we can only do that if we understand our inner space. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. teaching plasma science and calling all Earth space patriots. There's a World Peace Treaty. We need to sign it. You can sign it however you want. You can sign it with a pen, sign it with your heart, sign it with your soul. But gee whiz, sign it with meaning. Because Earth has life with freedom from boundaries. And the plasma science of life answers the call of the wild. In our earthbound physical and emotional atmospheric transformation, we're transmuting from that transparency point to that manifestation point. And that is what's going to allow us to go beyond that nebulous point to that universal inner space of freedom and into the universal refugium of this nebulous life of the universal community. You see, outer space puts stress on the man-made boundaries of thought. And that's why plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. Thank you all for allowing me to present. Over to you, Mark.
Well, thank you, Alex. I was just noticing in the Keshe American Knowledge Team, Lisbeth had put that a forwarded message from Lisa McDonald that Neil Howe passed away a few hours ago. It must have been on Friday. I guess it was posted yesterday. We elevate his soul for his next journey. He was a very dear member of our Australian plasma team here at our Northern Rivers Plasma Group and in our KFTV community. He was a good and kind teacher who helped us to create programs, encouraging us to do better work, even when we knew we had a lot to learn. Thank you, Neil. Your soul is now flying free. So Neil was heading up as a director of the KF Television International, and he came down with a brain tumor of sorts, and he was going through treatment, but I guess he decided that, or the soul decided that it was time to move on. Hassan says in the chat, bless your soul. Bless your soul, beautiful Neil. He is enjoying the jump. Otherwise, he would have stayed. Remember, Mr. Keshe said 90% of us will never come back. So we just elevate your soul. I thought we'd take 1 minute collectively to elevate the soul of Neil Howe. Who'll feel us? He's still here on the planet. As Mr. Keshe said, the soul usually stays for 14, 21 days for a certain period of time. So let's just take a minute at this moment. I'm sure there'll be more in the upcoming Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Rick also will probably do something on Monday if he's aware of it. But he used to come into the reactor group, Neil did, many times, a very beautiful and gentle soul, and always was willing to share, whether it was in the camera room, the editing, and so on. And so seems like he was taken a bit early from us because he had so much more to deliver. But if we can, let's collectively, at this time, just take 1 minute of silence for Neil Howe and elevate his soul. Thank you. Thank you for taking that minute. Again, if anyone remembers Neil and would like to make any comments before we go to questions for Alex. But he did have a kind and beautiful way of coming across. Never was proud or seemed to say he knew exactly what he was saying or anything along that line. And we were all hoping that he would recover. I know it happened, maybe it was even before last year or sometime in the early part of last year, if I recall. Might even have been longer. And he had come into a couple of meetings of Rick's, but didn't say anything. I know Lisa gave us some periodic updates that he was working on it and he was going to beat this thing, but maybe it was the physicality that he decided to leave behind. And again, that soul can still recreate another physicality if you'd like here. But maybe perhaps he wants to go into the universe for a little while and see what it's like. So thank you for elevating the soul of Neil. I don't think we have anyone here new. For the first time, I don't see any names that I would recognize, although a few people have joined the Keshe American Knowledge. It said Celine joined, not Selena, Celine, and Bachi, and another one, Miss Coma, and a few other names, which we don't know if they're bots or what have you, but I'm sure the administrator will dig through that. But we welcome all of those who have joined. Would anyone like to ask a question about what Alex has just shared with us? I think you'll be joining the geese, maybe even leading them, Alex, in the coming time. If you don't want to stay in Canada for the winter, no passport required.
That's just devastating news.
Yes, for some reason, something said to check the telegram. And I pulled it up and that's what I just happened to see. His picture with the camera that he was using as his identity in the Zoom meetings and different things. So again, a very beautiful soul, which you all are. We all are. The soul is perfect.
Well, as such, we always hope that, well, what I said is that the airspace is, halfway on the round trip. So hopefully he's found his way home, and hopefully from that higher elevated state, he can help us more, because it's not just us on Earth, it's the universal community. So, he's stepped up into the big leagues.
Yeah, I'm sure they're welcoming him into their so-called fields of their arms, or arms of their fields. As we know, I'm sure he's recognized already as being part of the Keshe Foundation and being a knowledge seeker and wanting to bring the peace to this planet. So it's a beautiful fit, Neil.
And the thing is, he's taking his knowledge with him, you see. This is a very important point. So,
yes, he's expanded.
Life is for learning, and that what he's learned now will transmute into the, shall we say, the plasma RNA of the soul.
Or I think it's possible for him to be the guy in back of me in line. And again, communicate in a way. Remember the guy they called Neil Howe, who was the head of the KFTV International? And I say, yeah. And the guy said, that's me. So it's not impossible, as we know no limitations, but perhaps the universe, as Mr. Keshe said, is so beautiful that you really wouldn't want to come back. It's probably the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. And we'll leave that up to Neil. But thank you for all you shared with us, Neil. And in the knowledge and in the knowledge in the physicality as well, with the camera systems and editing and what have you. I just think it was too short of a trip in that. But as we say, when the soul is ready to go, even if people are married for 50 years or more, and they're fully in love and happy, when that soul is ready to leave, it leaves. Because it has its own life, as I understand it, or perhaps the soul mate comes into play at some point in time too. Any questions for Alex?
No, just a comment on that. It's my understanding that no one leaves a day earlier or a day later than they are supposed to. And there have been a couple of beautiful souls that left us in their current incarnation in the last half year or year or so. And well, I just feel they already gave so much, they did so much that they don't need to go to through the turmoil that is ahead of us in the next year or so. They will come back after that and enjoy the new world that we are going to create now. But they have given us all that we need to build it.
It would be amazing to see him on the cruise ship if that was a possibility for the Keshe Foundation. Maybe not looking exactly the way he looks now, or in another perhaps physicality, but yet still the same soul, that we would recognize him. Yes, we're getting more and more friends within that we've known within the universal community. So we won't be total strangers when we go there, but frictional things do happen. People do fall off ladders or have car accidents or other things. But again, maybe you're correct. The soul can see these things coming, and maybe that's the way it's chosen to depart. Again, I don't know for sure, but we know no limitations. So whatever we think could be correct.
Mark, it's Dean here. Can I just quickly say
Yes.
Condolences to Neil's family, and thank you, Neil, for the beauty of your soul and everything you did share with the KFTV. His knowledge that he shared was beautiful, and he did many things. I had some conversations with Neil, and he was very gentle, as you say, beautiful man. And I'd like to say thank you very much, Neil. It was wonderful to have spoken with you and been present with you in each and every moment. And I know that you find a very beautiful position wherever it is that you decide to take, through the knowledge that you shared and through your experiences that came about, as we see on the screen right now. All those interactions that have happened through Neil's endeavors and through his coming together and bringing together a team that have now matured and become something much more, you know, a bigger totality. And they will go on and create much more wonderful creations, like you see on the screen now, that will share the knowledge more and will bring it to humanity in a very big and direct way. That all these, Alicia does, and many of the other guys, Ed, and all you guys do so much on the editing side and producing videos. And I know that they're getting spread around on various different platforms. And at one moment, there's going to be the right person, the right government, the right situation where it will just blossom. And then once this knowledge is shared, it will take hold like the magnet, and it will spread very rapidly. So thank you, Neil, for your intentions and the beauty that you shared. one other thing, a question to Alex. Alex, when you were speaking just now about inner and outer space, so for me, thinking about that, that thought would be that anything from inside me, within, it obviously is inner space, and anything outside of that thought is outer space. Everything. So it's just about from however we conceive it in the environment. So from within to without, outer space. What is outer space? Everything outside of ourselves. Just a question, just a thought, anyway.
No, it is.
Thank you, Alex.
No, Dean, thank you. That's the point.
Yeah. And it's exactly the same as what we see now. It's outside of that, the sphere of that KFTV. Anything outside of that is outer space. Within inside of that, it's inner. It's just that core. So within the core, we have that thought, that intention, that's however you want to describe it, that soul aspect. And then from that thought, that intention, that field strength, this emanates out from the centralized core and becomes, in this environment, the matter state and others, and it becomes the as you rightly pointed out, it becomes the outer space.
And it's all connected, isn't it?
No,
It's all connected.
no. Everything was good except for the last conclusion. Everything was very, very good.
Okay.
The manifestation is not outer space.
Okay. It's in this environment. It's
Yes,
present. And
yes. It's a contributing factor to this environment.
Yeah.
It's a contributing factor to your presence.
Mm-hmm.
But it is not a manifestation. It is a preemptic. It is a transmutation energy between here and there. It is book number 2, The Link.
All right, I'll look at it. Thank you, Alex. I need to catch up.
No,
But
no,
if-
no. This is a difficult thing to do. Sorry to cut you out there, Mark. What I want to say is that the concept of what we call outer space was for the benefit of the traditional science. And so when you look at the geese flying, they don't have a rocket. And when you look at the way babies are born, they don't have a rocket. So in other words, to understand outer space, you don't need to be a rocket scientist. What you need to be a rocket scientist is to understand rocket technology. And we are beyond rocket technology. Nuclear science is beyond rocket technology, and plasma science is beyond nuclear, right? And this is the key point. So when Mr. Keshe says, that so many of the scientists have got it wrong, and this is the shock, if the scientists have it wrong and they know more than we do, then we have a problem. But, we are smarter than the geese, right? But the geese know to leave. And they know when to leave. And they do it differently from the way we do it. And so, who's the advanced species? Well, the advanced species is really us, because now we have the insight with respect to where outer space is and what outer space does. And so when you look at all of these medallions here, you have a choice. You have choices where you can go. And wherever you're going, you have to go through outer space to get there. And that's why the travel in outer space is instantaneous. Does that make sense, Dean?
Yeah, it does. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, it gets to the point where it gets so, the teachings have got so advanced that you have to kind of go back and not reevaluate, but absorb the information and then bring that field strength forward. And it's this constant energy flow, and sensing, what you're portraying and what you're saying and how I perceive it and how I absorb that information, that field strength that you're giving. So yeah, no, I do understand. Thank you very much, Alex.
I know that you understand. It's just that what you are highlighting is the purpose of these classes, and so I am going through the same transformation that you are going through. So this is one of the benefits of being a teacher, because in order to make a presentation of this class, I have to know what I'm talking about. And how do I know what I'm talking about if I don't know what I'm talking about? This is the conundrum that we're having. So, I'm not pretending to you. I'm not claiming any knowledge here. What I'm claiming is that I now understand that what I have been told is either truthful or a lie. And I need to make that decision, because the people who I depended on couldn't tell me the truth. And that's what I call the awakening. And when I found that out, I was really, really angry. And it's taken me a while to overcome that anger and channel it into another kind of energy. And so this is the format that I'm doing. And now when I look back, I mean, all of that is what's brought me to this point here. Well, when did I make that decision to do that? I didn't even know that I had a choice. So, you all remember when you were a child, the teacher asks you, "Oh, hey, Dean, well, what do you want to do when you grow up?" And of course, you're obligated to give a sensible answer, right? You don't give a foolish answer. You don't want the classmates to laugh at you. "Oh, yeah, well, I want to be a doctor. I want to be a, astronaut." Well, what are your choices? Well, doctor, astronaut, baker. Okay. Well, what about, would you be, working at the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute? Was that on your list, Dean? And when you go back, can you imagine, you're 8 years old and teacher asks you, "Dean, what are you going to do?" And you say, "Well, I'm going to work for the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute." What are you, nuts? So we're all going through this. Well, wait a second, I don't want to go through life without knowing why I got here. And when I look at what I did in my life, nothing really that I've done in my life is why I got here. It's only now that I start to see, in my mind, a genuine purpose. And having a genuine purpose gives me a peace of mind. Okay? Because if we are looking for peace on this planet, we need to know two things. Why don't we have peace? And why do we want peace? And so the reason we don't have peace is because we're not allowed in outer space. And why don't we want peace? is because when we go into outer space, we're playing by a different set of rules that are not possible in any other place except Earth space. And so why is that? And so we have two emotions to deal with. We have the universal community emotion, and we have the Earth space emotion. And it only stands to reason. If 1 + 1 is more than 2, then these emotions are the 1 + 1. And does it always come up to 2 or 2 and a bit or 3 or 9? Well, we have choices. And it's because we have these choices that the biodiversity on this planet even exists. And so we now look at, well, why we came to this planet. We came to heaven. That's why. And where we came from, we were obviously sent from. And where we go to is where we were called from. And so we are experiencing the calling of the soul of the earth.
Thank you, Alex, for your calling.
And thank you for your calling.
Yeah, it's a very the knowledge is so profound and so deep, and we are, as we know, just touching the tip of the iceberg, the first tiny little step.
Never ends.
Never ends. And it comes to us all in different positions. You spoke about when we were a child. This knowledge, once it's shared amongst the generations and it touches the children, like Mr. Keshe speaks about and you spoke about earlier on, Mark, when you said about the grandparents should be elevating the soul of the child to come. When this actually really does happen, when we get the child in physicality as well as the non-physical, but when we have this and we have a situation where a child literally does say, well, I want to be part of and want to have this, they have this desire, this thought, this intention to be part of something as beautiful as the ethos of the knowledge of the foundation of Keshe, then we know that humanity has reached a moment that really does give us the opportunity to be part of a much bigger totality. We have this in this very moment, the thought, the intention. And if I give that thought and intention in this precise moment, then we have it. We have everything. And so it's down to each and every one of us in each and every moment to be present and to fulfill ourselves as well as fulfill and give to others. So we have this, whatever the turmoils, whatever we have going on inside ourselves or outside of ourselves, it's the thought and intention. Once we stabilize this, we come to a position where we start to give an energy, a transfer that others receive. And then this universal flow, the energy flow, the earth flow, however you'd like to call it, all manifests, all becomes part of the structure of each and everything that we are part of in each and every moment. So thank you, Alex. Thank you for your beauty. Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Dean.
How about if we go back to the plasma diagram for a moment, Alex? Where we have the principal matter, the transitional matter, and the matter. Now, when we're looking at that diagram, if you have a plasma, you cannot have any matter state in there, but yet we have the word matter there. And can we have any transitional matter? As I read the books and through my limited understanding, I'm seeing that the principal matter actually creates the transitional matter as well as losing enough energy to become matter state. So here we see the matter and we see the dark matter, or what Mr. Keshe renamed transitional matter. Is it actually there, or does the principal matter transmute into a matter state by losing its energies going through the transitional or transformation, perhaps? And then
Wow, what a
appear
question.
as a matter state. I was thinking of Neil's soul. And I'm thinking here he's going out into the universe, let's say, well, maybe not yet, but he will. And his position is already predetermined. I think the soul already knows where. I know Mr. Keshe said we could see that future for ourselves in the system. If you'd like to be there, you'd like to change it. But there's no matter state. Now, our soul is a star in the cosmos of the universe. And we know the star is the star, what we call, it's a plasma, we know. But would that be considered a matter state? Because that star, it may or may not create a solar system around it. Some stars are solitary and they don't have any sort of planets revolving around them. But it's all due to the interaction with the environment of the principal matter, whether it wants to transmute into the matter. So very similar to what we're learning in the systems that are being developed. Again, it's just some question, and maybe you'd like to add some frosting to the cake.
Oh yeah, it would have to be frosting because you baked the whole cake here. You carried the big load. So this is a huge question that you asked. So in a simple way, I can answer that question and say it has to do with field strength. And as a matter of fact, you did this in the preview, and the question was put to Mr. Keshe, and the answer was, why does the sun shine and the moon reflects?
We see it as energy or light, but yet we look at the moon or Mars and we see the matter state.
No. The sun is matter state. It's just a matter state of a higher field strength. Characteristics change based on the energy level. Okay, let's put it this way. I know, there are a lot of jokes, and so the jokes are, trying to help us to learn. But when you ask, well, like, what is the most important part of the body, and if you literally take that question, then you would say the brain. But the brain is dependent on other parts of the body in order to function properly. And I guess it's what's happened to Neil. And so I heard you say that it had to do something like with a brain tumor. right? So the brain couldn't function properly because it had a physical matter state debilitation. And so in other words, the brain was feeding, but it wasn't getting the right feedback. Or the feedback it was getting was stronger and couldn't overcome the feeding, if you will. So what happens is that there's a weakening. And as Mr. Keshe says, the binding energy that keeps the soul weakens to the point where the soul is overpowering the binding, the boundary. And so this is how we transmute from one energy state to another energy state. But you're looking at, in this picture, the singularity of the field. And so if this field is going to move, it has to have a reference. And in order to have that reference, if it is a stronger field going to the weaker field, then it is moving to that field. But if it's a weaker field, then to another one, then it is being pulled into.
Right, but
So-
if we have a plasma, Alex, we can't have any matter state in the plasma, can we? If we have a
Yeah,
true, I mean,
there is
depends, the matter state is a plasma, we know. Energy state is a plasma as well, but I'm saying you can't really have any tangible matter in the plasma state. You have the conditions to create the matter, and this is exactly, I think, what we're being shown in Linz. You're in the matter state, you go through a transition, you end up in an energy state.
correct. Yes.
You're in an energy state, now you want to transmute back into the matter state, which he said we
Yeah.
have to leave up to you to be able to do.
Yeah,
But
but the physical matter state is an energy state.
But you can't have any, to me, you can't have the tangibility in the plasma. When you create a free plasma, is there matter state in there or just the conditions for it to manifest the matter state? And the same with the transitional energies. It's there, the conditions are there if it needs to be used or to be acted upon from the principal matter. Again, this is just my thinking and it could be convoluted in a way.
No, it's not convoluted. What it is looking at things from a point of singularity or looking at things from a point of duality. If you understand that every field that is manifest, whether it's plasmatic or whether it's physical, is created from two other fields, minimum. So therefore, the physical matter state is a convergence of energy. And the question comes, what is feeding that convergence? And so each of us has a different point of view with respect to that. And so we are fairly confident within our, science. And yet there's another group, our spiritual scientists. And the physical science is limited by verification and validation, which can only be done through physical matter state. And the spiritual scientists, they're not worried about verification and validation. You just have to believe. And so they get away with it. All right. And if you don't have the background in understanding how the energy is exchanged, then you say, well, you know what? I know that I can chop down a tree and build a table. but I don't know how I was born. And so I have to believe in a higher power. And that's where we go right off the rails, because now we're saying power. We're not saying energy, field strength. We're saying power, which is kind of a strength in terms of dominance. The universe doesn't work by dominance. So what I would like to say is that there are those who have power in the physicality, and they would like to extend that power into the universal community. And there is a possibility for them to do that. There's just one caveat, and that is, in the universe, there's no fighting, there's no killing, and there's no war. And the reason for it is because they do not see the physical manifestation. The physical manifestation may actually be a cloak to hide the truth. And they see right through that. They see the truth because the truth comes from the soul, right? Because the soul is part of the energy, and the energy is always positive. So you cannot not give something. You either give it or you take it. So energy is always in motion. So they see that. And that energy, in order to be life-giving, has to be truthful. So that's the universal law. And the universal community sees that. So what do? Oh, you're a warmonger. See you later. We're out of here. Okay? And you will be lonely. Seriously lonely. Not only will you be lonely with yourself, but you'll be lonely at some nebulous place wherever you are. And at that point, who cares if you have power? And then you will really start to wither away because you will become self-consumed. This is why we're not allowed into outer space. And at the same point, we don't want to go into outer space. And the point is now we understand that we have a choice. And that we can not only go into outer space, but where do we go from there? And wherever we go, we can manifest at that point. And the question then becomes, do we want to manifest at the lowest energy level, the physicality, or do we want to manifest at a higher energy level, which could be the inner space, right? Wherever we manifest, that's where we are. But to get there, we have to go through outer space. How are we doing, Mark?
We're doing fine. So if Neil's soul becomes a star, it has to start out as a dust in the matter state and then accumulate more fields and grow into the star over millions or maybe even billions of years, our years, which may
Yeah,
be
well,
different.
Neil has a huge advantage because he has now been exposed to the truth in the physicality. So he's carrying that knowledge with him. Okay, he is not incomplete in that regard. His soul has come to the conclusion, okay, I get it now. All right, so mission accomplished. The thing is that, you know, we all came here for a purpose. And did we come here from the universal community's point of view because the universal community needs the earth to be a peaceful place? Or did we come from the earth's point of view because, oh, guess what? The earth needs to be a peaceful place, right? So the motivation of the universal community is for the earth to be a peaceful place. And the motivation of the earth space is to be a peaceful place. Then that's two fields coming together, all right? but we are short in terms of field strength to accomplish that. Well, up until June the 6th, we could debate that. Now we have choices. And now we all understand how to do that. So it's just a matter of understanding that all things are working in combination. So we can't choose what we want to give to. We can only choose what we receive. And so through that process, we limit our capabilities. And the universal energy is unlimited. There are no boundaries. So we find that the limitations are a man-made construct. They're not a universal construct. And that's why the debate keeps raging. You know, do we want war and poverty? Well, that's a man-made construct. Doesn't work in the universal construct. So, you know, it just boggles the mind that the opportunity for peace and prosperity is something that we all have to strive for. And that just shows you how sick this planet is. So we are at the transition point. We are at the crossroads because now we all have that capability. And so, you know, I don't have all the answers. There was a song by a famous band, and they say, you know, do I stay or do I go? So, you know, like I say, the geese can migrate down south and they'll come back in the spring. But when the souls leave this planet, you know, then we're on to other things. And how much do we take with us, and what have we accomplished? So when I say that so many people are dying needlessly, that's an arbitrary decision. That's to say that there's life had no purpose. But who am I to decide if there was a purpose in that life? From my point of view, it's a waste of a good life to send a soldier into battle to kill another soldier who has also been sent into battle. And so what you have is two weak forces coming together and creating two weaker matter states. And so all that does is it sucks the energy out of our communities. You know, why is that such an honorable prospect? I'm just saying. It's, you know, from my point of view, there's no purpose in that. But life has a purpose. And so for a lot of people who are, shall we say, depressed, the reason for it is because they have lost their purpose or they don't have a purpose. And some of them, the smart ones, they ask, well, who am I and where am I? And why am I? And so they begin seeking the answer. And when you find the answer, it brings peace and harmony into your life. And I think that's one of the benefits all the knowledge seekers have, is that we now see the path to peace and harmony. So that question now becomes the rate of change. How fast can we do this? And can we do it gracefully? This becomes the bigger question, but we understand that it comes when you're looking at this singularity, you can see that there's a combination within. And it's the combination of all those forces that are creating this magrat condition. So that is the template. So the rate of change and the gracefulness of the change also has to follow this template. And that's what we're doing.
Agree. The more of us that participate, the faster the change comes, I believe.
Right. And you'll see that because of the manifestation of the field strength. Yeah. Great question, Mark. That was, you know, we should just stop the classes right now
Well,
because you
it is.
probably.
It is approaching midnight in Europe. Would someone else like to ask? Thank you for your beautiful answer, Alex. I don't know if I understood all of it, but I think I got
Well, I was
part of
gonna
it.
say, you hit the nail on the head and you broke the hammer. Very, very, I'm just saying, very profound question. Thank you.
Anybody else have something they'd like to add, discuss, share? Okay, so a lot of great things happening, interventions happening with the governments, with the gas units, flight systems going on. Feeding will be added as well, water and so on. So it's a beautiful, I guess we're in what we call the transition of the plasma. Alex, yes? Are we in this transition period? I don't know how long we'll be in the transition, but once it starts to roll out, it's coming slowly at first, but then much quicker and much stronger.
Yeah, the train has left the station.
Okay, I don't hear any other questions. Thank you, Dean, Alex, everyone else who's added something today. And Joel, for your beautiful work in the vineyards. And many more to come, as I see it. It's just going to be breathtaking for most people that this is actually, it's been here for years, as Mr. Keshe said. He's worked on this. He could have shown the flying chair in Belgium, or was it I think it was the flying chair that he referred to recently. Okay, if there's no other questions, thank you again, Alex, and everyone else who's here on the soul level. Your souls have brought you here, as I understand it, not so much the physicality. I mean, who in their right mind would give up their Sunday afternoon?
All those who are left. Mark, thank you so much for allowing me to present. And I also want to thank all the participants today for making the North American team meeting here an outstanding success. Your contributions are priceless in that regard. And, we will be constantly emitting these fields to others in many ways that we won't even know. And that's one of the beauties of heaven on earth.
I agree.
So thank you all. And I'll be here if you need, but I think we've had a great meeting, and I'm going to sign off at this point.
Okay, good. We'll continue next week with more. Let me share the screen. I'm just going to play Marius's beautiful little June 6th flight to the moon. Of course, it's showing a craft, but I think we'll be going both ways. I know on the planet we will. Mr. Keshe said we're not only taking care of the soul, but we're taking care of the physicality as well.
Thank you, everyone. It's always so uplifting to be here.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.